All systems are go. All systems are go. I do believe all systems are a go. Interesting point to note out. Steins Gate, My Darling's Embrace, apparently does not have a adult mature content warning on it. The other two, Steins Gate and Steins Gate Zero, did, but Twitch doesn't think My Darling's Embrace is mature content apparently. So that's interesting. I guess it doesn't get too naughty with the embrace. Okay, let's see what kind of craziness we're in for. These are like side stories or something, right?
全ては偶然だ。だがその偶然はあらかじめ決められていた世界の意志でもあった。俺はイカれてなどいない。至って正常だ。ここでは真実を語っているんであって断じて中二病の妄想なんかじゃない。きっかけはほんの些細なことだとしてもそれが未来の大きな流れを決定づけてしまうこともある。バタフライ効果という言葉を知っているか。知らないのなら調べるのだ。それぐらいの慎重さが求められているのだということを理解しろ。残念ながら俺は慎重じゃなかった。自分の愚かさを分かっていたらこんな事態になんてならなかった。今をこんな形にしてしまうこともなかった。だが分かるはずがないだろう。あの瞬間の自分の手に俺たち全員の運命を決定づけるような重大なターニングポイントのスイッチが握られているなんていうことは分かるはずがないんだ。考えても見るがいい。普段の人間の知覚は 99% が遮断されている。人は自分で思っている以上に愚鈍な生き物なんだよ。普段の生活の中に埋もれている何気ないことなど気にも留めないし、知覚したとしてもすぐに忘れるか脳が処理をしないかのどちらかなんだ。あの時の俺に言ってやりたい。無活なことをするなと、軽率なことをするなと、見て見ぬふりをするなと、もっと注意を払えと。運命という名の女神は思った以上にずっと性悪で、いつでも戯れの糸をお前の周囲に張り巡らせているのだと。時間は流転し、死へ望む存在とともに生まれ消えてゆく。有限。一方で、時間は過去から未来へと移ろいゆくのではなく、超自然的に悠然とただそこにある。無限。英知を持つを知らぬ者こそが真の知者であることは、すでに過去の知者が語るところである。知を知る者は知に溺れ、知を知らぬ者は泳ぐ術を知らず。知るを知るとなし、知らざるを知らずとなす。これ、知るなり。知らぬことを知らぬと認めることこそが、神へと近づく第一歩となる。いや、この場合知らんというよりは。
ねえまゆり、ここにある紙コップは使っていいの？
いいと思うよ。はい、頼まれてたお菓子買ってきたよ。こんな感じでよかったかな。
これお母さんが持っていけって。
あー、唐揚げだ。おいしそう。ねえねえ、ちょっといいかにゃ。このペットボトルを冷蔵庫に入れといてほしいにゃ。
知らんというよりは、わからんという気か。
ねえねえ、何ブツブツ言ってるの？
Though I hold my cell phone by my right ear, nobody is on the other line. No noise emanates from the speaker. It's completely silent. a stark contrast to the hustle and bustle filling the room. A single drop of sweat rolls down my chin and falls onto the floor.
ゆかりねえけど
A girl stands before me. She's talking to me with her head tilted. Her face exhibits the sort of pure innocence you would expect of a junior high student, the sort that would feel no anxiety even if she were about to enter enemy territory.
そうか、思った通り。これも機関の差し金か。
The organization is the organization, nothing more, nothing less. Its formal name is something else, but even uttering that name is a death wish. For that reason, all who know of its existence simply call it the organization.
やむを得ん。これもシュタインズゲートの選択ならば。な。え、さあ、くんぐれ。
I lowered my cell phone and looked around the room to get a better grasp of the situation, but the questions only multiplied.
もしかしておかりマユシーのこと忘れちゃったマユシーはね
案ずるな。お前は椎名真由里。この未来ガジェット研究所の創設者にして、狂気のマッドサイエンティストであるゴーイン京馬の人質だ。しっかりと覚えている。
Have you found any leads yet? Nothing at all on my end. Okay, so we've still got those, I guess. So they all look like the same nails from the other game. Okay, so those don't look like anything new, I guess. Don't have a whole lot of wallpapers I can change it to. Don't have our froggy one, unfortunately. We need to do that. Okay. Oh, there's a difference between male ringtone and phone ringtone. Interesting. Okay. Right. This high scorer, who looks like a middle scorer, is Sheena Mayuri. She's a member of this laboratory, Lab Nim 2 to be precise, and my childhood friend. I could never forget her. And what I'm talking about has nothing to do with forgetfulness. I just don't understand any of this.
どうしたんマユシ？何か問題でもあったん？オカリンの様子が変？
何言ってるのマユリ。岡部の様子が変だなんて今に始まったことじゃないでしょ。
そうそう、マキセ氏の言う通り。変じゃないオカリンはオカリンじゃないよ。
This man, who makes all those around him uncomfortable, and who has been occupying my focus for some time now, is Hashida Itaru, also known as Daru. Not only is he an extraordinary super hacker, but he's also the right arm of heroine Kyoma, a tremendously skilled hacker, or at least someone who claims to be one, The threat, "my friend's a hacker, so he can easily find out who you are," often appears during arguments on the internet. People mockingly call the obviously non-existent hacker a hacker, and
それより岡部、言い出したのはあんたなんだから、そんなところでボケっと突っ立ってないで手伝いなさいよ。
でクリスティーナよ、貴様は何度言えばわかるのだ。いいか、俺は岡部倫太郎ではなく、泣く子も黙るマートサイエンティスブラロインキャーマだ。何度も言っているだろう。
あんたこそそのクリスティーナって呼び方やめろと何回言えばわかるのよ。
何だったら何と呼べばいいのだ。ザ・ゾンビか、セレセブか、それともやはり助手と呼んでほしいのか。
だから名前で呼べ。
ならばやはりクリスティーナではないか。
だから私にはちゃんとマキセ・クリスという立派な名前があると言っとろうが。
相変わらずいちいち細かいことを気にするやつだな、クリスティーナは。
she responded only with a glare. It's so easy to make her mad, but since there's no telling how she might exact her revenge, I should stop before things get out of hand. Nothing is as scary as a woman with vengeance on her mind.
それではではない。17歳でアメリカの大学を飛び級で卒業し、世界的学術雑誌サイエンス誌に研究論文が載ったほどの天才脳科学者マキセ・クリス女子は一体この俺に何を手伝いと言っているのだ。
説明台詞オツ
Short for Osukare-sama, which means good work or way to go in Japanese net slang.
なんでいちいち気に障るような言い方しかできんのだ。
俺は事実を言ったまでだ。
That's right. Everything I said was true. In spite of her age, this girl is a world-renowned neuroscientist. The scientific study of the nervous system, also referred to as neurology, utilizes biochemistry, molecular biology, and the physiology of neurons and neural circuits to examine and research the brain. This summer she came to me begging for a chance to be my disciple, so I took her in as Lab Nim 4. Yet this is what I get. While this sort of behavior may fly in other countries, she needs to know that Japan doesn't take these things so lightly. Fortunately for her, Ho-Oh Kyoma is not bothered by such petty things. I will allow this indignity to slide without comment. Allow me to make it perfectly clear that my silence is not due to the terror this woman instills in me.
それで
Bullshit.
はもう一度尋ねるが、これは一体何の騒ぎだ。
何の
I look around the room.
あれ、ここって電子レンジなかったかな。あ、確か奥の部屋にあったと思いますけど。電子レンジはオカリンが使えなくしちゃったので。あ、そうなんだ。
Stream elements. Set. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
Clutter and technology covers every free surface in this tiny room, as if to drive home the point that we're in a laboratory. Yet somehow, people were bustling about in this cramped space. What does this mean?
だからあんたが言い出したことでしょうが。
だから俺が一体何を言い出したというのだ。
だから新しいガジェットの完成祝いに宴会を行うって言ったのはあんただろうが。
だから新しいガジェットだと今そう言ったのか。
そうだお。電話レンジ仮に続く新作ガジェット9号機から11号機。
何ということは3台もか。
何言ってるんだお。たくさん作れと言ったのもオカリンじゃないか。
Daru and Kurisu's explanations have brought the truth to light. In summation, I asked them to make new gadgets, and now we're celebrating our successes. The only problem is, I don't recall any of it. Could I have given them this order subconsciously, or could this too be the organization's doing? No, that's not it. In that case...
ダルよ、もう一つ聞いてもいいか。
だが断る。
A clear refusal. To the untrained eye, that is. Daru's constant use of net slang is like a conditioned reflex, even when it obscures his true response. So I ignore him and ask anyway. I pointed at the people moving about the room. If it's a laboratory party, only lab members should be invited. But including myself, there are 8 people here. As far as I can remember, our laboratory had only 6 members. Or at least as of 5 minutes ago. Following that logic, we have 2 non-lab MEM interlopers in this room with us.
なぜってそれはラボ面だからに決まってるっしょ、上皇。
Used to show that one cannot believe something, often used against people defying common sense.
ラボメンだとまさかここにいる全員がか。
そうだけどそれが何か。
いや
Now I get it. The creation of new gadgets, a party, new lab MEMs, none of which I remember. This could only mean...
"なまきせし、まゆしの言う通り、やっぱり今日のオカリンちょっと変かもしらん。
ええ、そうみたいね。
With this much of evidence, there's no room for doubt. There's only one conclusion that can be drawn.
どうやら実験は成功のようだな。
実験？
実験って。おい、あんたまさか。
察しがいいな、クリスティーナよ。
I looked around the room and raised my voice so that everyone could hear me.
その通り。ついさっきまで俺は D メールの実験を行っていたのだ。そして今度こそ俺の考えは間違っていなかったのだと確信した。我法王院京馬はここに断言する。やはり D メールには過去を改変する力があるのだ。
禁断無敵のダーリン、禁断無敵のダーリン、禁断無敵のダーリン、禁断無敵のダーリン。いつだって油断はできない。今日もまたあの人は来るかな。
It all started with the invention of future gadget number 8, aka the phone wave, name subject to change. The Future Gadget Laboratory was founded by the mad scientist Ho Owen Kyoma with the stated intention of making future gadgets. The reason I say stated is because gadget invention is merely a stepping stone on the path to our real goal. That goal is to destroy the hierarchy of our society and bring chaos to this world. Inventing gadgets is simply a means to an end, but in the process, we stumbled upon an unbelievable invention. The phone wave. At first, it was merely a microwave connected to a cell phone so that it could be controlled from afar. But a few days ago, we discovered an unintended side effect. That side effect is the surprising ability to send emails to the past. But do not think these are any mere emails. Sending a message to the past allows you to interfere with events that have come to pass. For example, you could send your past self jackpot winning lottery numbers. Should the past you receive that number and purchase a winning ticket, well, how about that? DeLorean Mail, a text message that can be sent to the past. This is accomplished via a cell phone by utilizing Future Gadget 8, Phone Wave. It's possible to set the arrival time of the message by the hour. However, messages cannot be set to periods of time too close to the present. Additionally, the size of the message is limited to 36 bytes of data. Future Gadget 8, a microwave oven that can be remote controlled by a cell phone. By chance, it gained the ability to send emails, text messages that can travel into the past. You see now how earth-shaking this discovery is now, right? What's that? You say this is all in my head. This is why it's difficult to converse with the willfully normal, though I suppose it's natural to have doubts. Even I doubted at first. However, it all happened as I said, and that's the truth. Nothing is more absolute than truth. With that in mind, we had been conducting experiments over the last few days, and today we finally have our answer.
やはり D メールに過去を改変する力があるのだ
Though we had experimented countless times, we never found any conclusive evidence. But this time's different. The situation I'm in right now is entirely due to the email I sent my past self. The world has been changed.
俺たちは世紀の大発明を成し遂げたのだどうだ驚きのあまり声も出せまい
Our invention will reshape the history of mankind. I'm sure that my bold declaration has rendered everyone speechless.
他に足りないものは
Speech.
お箸はあるかにゃここにねえデザートはバナナでいいかな
These accursed barbarians! How pitiful that their feeble brains are unable to comprehend the announcement of the invention of the century. Just as I thought, my story has her hooked. Of course she is. She did just give a lecture about time machines at Radican a week ago. There's no way she isn't interested.
今言ったことは本当なの
言ったこと
だから実験それによって過去を変えたって話
もちろん
証拠は
俺の経験による
経験よ。
教えてほしいか。
それは
だったらそこに三つ指をついてお願いします法院京馬様といえ、そうすれば教えてやらないことも。
ねえマユリ、このお皿はもう並べた方がいいの？
聞いてください、お願いします。
最初からそう言えばいいのよ。
オカリン弱っ。
What humiliation! But I must be patient. Only then will I be able to reveal to them how truly great I am. And when I do, even my assistant will be in awe by my genius. I told my assistant and Daru what I had been up to for the last couple of days. In exchange, the two of them agreed to tell me more about our current situation. Doing so allowed me a slightly firmer grasp on the world as it currently stood.
なるほど。どうやらあんたが変えてしまう前の過去と変えた後、つまり今の状態での過去、共通しているところも多いみたいね。
ああ、その代わり現実はそれなりに変わってしまっているようだ。
Once we discovered D-mail, we conducted an experiment, aka Operation Bird, to study how D-mails worked. Though all things considered, things haven't really changed that much. The primary difference is that I suspended the experiment to focus on creating new gadgets. And, of course, that now we have 8 lab members here instead of 6. Those are the only differences.
でもやっぱりどう考えても不思議よね。
不思議？何が？
決まってるでしょ、あんたのその能力がよ。なんて言ったっけ、確か
天才少女という割には物覚えが悪いな、クリスティーナ。今一度教えてやるから耳の穴かっぽじってしっかりと聞くがいい。俺に備わりし世界の変動を見届ける力、その名をマガン・レーデンシュタイ
やっぱりそのネーミングどうにかならないの？
ナーならんな。
なんでだ？
シュタインズゲートの選択だ。
意味不明なんですけど。
だからお前はいつまで経っても助手止まりなのだ。
Changing a single event with a D-mail has a ripple effect that changes events that occur afterwards, as evidenced by Kurisu's behavior up to this point. Memories from the world before the change are erased, because, to the majority of the world, those memories are of events that never happened. One cannot have memories of something that never happened. That would be the natural conclusion to draw. Of course, I exist in the new, altered now too, but it seems I alone have the ability to remember events from before the world was changed. That is my special ability, reading Steiner, a gift from God that I alone possess. The downside is that I don't know how the D-mail has changed the world when I enter a new reality.
まあいいわ。それで何を送ったの？
何をとは？
だから過去に D メールを送ったんでしょ？何日前にどういうメールを送ったのか聞いてるのよ。
わからん。
は？
Kurisu choked out a horrified gasp.
ちょっと、わからんってどういうことよ？
上司であるお前に教えてやろう、クリスティーナよ。仮説を検証するために度重なる実験を行わねばならないのだ。それも気が遠くなるほどのな。
要するに調子に乗っていっぱい送りすぎてわからなくなったってことか。
違うぞ。実は実験の最中にこの右腕が暴走。また
やかましい。マッドサイエンティスト自称するなら実験くらいちゃんとやれ、この中二病。
Literally 8th grade syndrome, a term referring to a mindset exhibited primarily by teenage males, also used as a derogatory term to refer to older people who still exhibit this mindset. Characterized by an affected attitude of nihilism or cynicism, extreme self-centeredness, delusions of power or superiority, and a consuming fear of being treated as a child. The person exhibiting these symptoms believes that they are cool, but most observers find them pathetic. Chu-uni Byo, which is often abbreviated Chu-uni, also refers to the fictional tropes that teenage males often enjoy, such as ancient conspiracies, superpowers, especially powers sealed in a character's eye or arm, Norse mythology, battles for the fate of the multiverse, etc. The consummate Chu-uni-byo case will work such elements into his own personal backstory. Okarin is a textbook example. Such arrogance for a mere assistant, but letting my anger show would be immature. I immediately take out my phone and put it up to my ear.
大丈夫だ。問題ない。これも俺に与えられた試練だわ。なーに、これ式のこと、大したことではない。あ、すべてはシュタインズゲートの選択だ。エルプサイコングルー。
I put the phone away only to find Mayuri standing right beside me.
ねえねえ、オカリンオカリン。
だからマユリよ、俺は不王院京馬だと何度言えばわかるのだ。
オカリンはオカリンだよ。
Some battles cannot be won. I've been telling her for 5 years now, but she still doesn't get it. I can't say I like being called Okarin, but I guess I'll let her get away with it for now.
それでどうしたマユリ？ではない。用があったから声をかけたんだろう。
そうだったね。ああ、そうそう。そろそろ用意ができたよって。
用意？
だからね、英会の用意できたのです。
As I looked around, I saw everyone who was once busy setting things up staring at me. Now that I think about it, everyone gathered together today for some reason. I may not remember what, but I have no choice but to rise to the occasion. In a single grand motion that left my lab coat fluttering, I made my declaration.
よし！これより第89回円卓会議を始める！
And in a few minutes, the world was in chaos, or at least the laboratory.
ねえ、マキセ・クリスってあの天才少女のマキセ・クリスだよね。
天才かどうかはわからないけど、
なんで君みたいな人がこのラボの一員になったの？
それが私にもよくわからないのよね。
かっこいいお母さんの唐揚げ、おいしい。
そう言ってくれるとお母さんも喜ぶと思う。
ねえねえ、萌香さんも食べてみて。とっても美味しいよね。
フェイリースさんにお願いがあるんだお。
にゃにゃ。
フェイリースさんの記事、目を見て混ぜ混ぜをぜひお願いしたいよ。
今日のフェイリスはメイクインのメイドじゃないからダメにゃ。
そこをなんとか。
ダメにゃ。
何なのだお前たち。
一体なんだこのカオスな円卓会議は。
This should be an important meeting that determines the direction of our lab. How could they take it so lightly?
違うよオカリン。
何が違うというのだ。
煙突会議じゃなくて宴会なんだよ。
It's a round table, not roundable. But even if I correct her, Mayuri won't remember. I'll just pretend she said it right.
だからね、今日は難しい話はなしなのです。
そうそう、だいたい宴会をやると言い出したのはオカリン賞。
Why on earth would I say something like that? Even if I did say it, it's a mystery as to why.
しかし、あまり騒ぐとまたミスター・ブラウンが怒鳴り込んでこないとも限らんだろう。
That seems like a good enough excuse. The Future Gadget Laboratory is located just outside of Akihabara on the second floor of an old two-story building. Mr. Braun is the grumpy old owner of the Braun Tube Workshop on the first floor. He's dedicated his life to CRT TVs, though it's hard to imagine much demand for his services in this day and age. Still, in spite of Mr. Braun's grumpiness, he incites no fear in a man of as many hidden talents as myself. But I would really rather not incite his anger without good reason. Especially because Mr. Braun is also the owner of the Ohiyama building. This building. Fortunately, my overflowing charisma convinced him to rent us an entire floor's worth of space for next to nothing. Mr. Braun truly has an eye for greatness, though that's not to say he can't be fickle. Long story short, I would rather not cause a ruckus that makes him angry and causes him to storm in here, raising our rent, as I may or may not have received several threats of this nature before. Yes, making noise is not a good idea.
店長なら今の時間は不在だから大丈夫だよ。
な、それは本当か。
うん。店のことは私に任せるって言って出て行っちゃったからね。
The girl with braided hair said this as she picked up a snack and popped it into her mouth. This girl with braided hair, Amane Suzuha, is a part-time warrior hired by the Braun Tube Workshop. If she says he's gone, then maybe there's nothing to worry about.
それでバイト戦士、お前は何をしているのだ。
何って宴会でしょ。私だって何て言ったっけ。ラバーメンを。
ラボメンか。
ああ、そうそう、そのラボメンなんだからさ。
そういえば、お前もラボメンなのだったな。
そういえばって失礼だな。岡部倫太郎が入れって言ったんじゃない。今日からお前はラボメンナンバー008だって。
そうだった。
I see. So she's our 8th member. Well, I don't remember why I let her in, but this is yet another choice made by Steins Gate. I may hardly know this girl, but I have to believe that I will. At times, benevolence is necessary in the pursuit of bringing chaos upon the world.
それでだ。質問に答えてもらおう。お前はここで何をしているのだ。
だからラボメンとして宴会に参加してるんだってば。
そういうことを言っているのではない。お前は店のことを任されたのではないのか。
うん、任されたよ。
その人間がここにいてはまずいんじゃないのか。
まずくないよ。だって今日はもう閉店しちゃったんだから。だって店長は私に任せるって言ったんだよ。だから閉店するのも私の勝手でしょ。
Impossible. I began shaking from the sheer shock of what I was hearing. So this is what the generation younger than us is like. Mr. Braun, I'm afraid that I've misjudged your so-called eye for greatness.
とにかくそういうわけだからね。今日はみんなで楽しくパーティーなので。いいよね、オカリン。
まあそういうことなら致し方あるまい。
In reality, I had a number of objections, but I guess it is sometimes important to provide your subordinates with breaks.
それじゃあ難しい話も終わったみたいだし、改めて乾杯するにゃ。みんなカップを持つにゃ。
待て、そういうことはこの俺が。
乾杯。乾杯。
The one who founded the lab should be the one to make the toast.
今日もどうしたにゃ。
え、いやなんでもない。
I can show everyone kindness for a day. Ho-Oh and Kyoma is not a man to be bothered over such insignificant matters. And this Ferris girl,
やっぱり様子が変だにゃ。
そんなことはない。俺はいたって通常通りだ。
もしかして今日またあの時の
何？
隠さなくていいにゃ。やっぱりあのグランクルセイドの時に受けた傷が。
wound.
何を言う？あれ式の傷でこの俺が。
嘘にゃ。フェイリスの目はごまかされないにゃ。いいから見せるにゃ。
やめろ！俺に触るんじゃない。
やっぱり今日はあの時フェイリスたちを助けるために封じられし秘術を。
What is she even talking about? First of all, I've never heard of this grand crusade. Ferris is the most popular girl at the maid cafe making, where my dirty works. A type of cafe where the waitresses wear maid uniforms, usually in the French maid style. They typically call their customers master. Patrons can talk to the waitresses and play games with them, but ultimately maid cafes are restaurants, not bordellos. Daru is a big fan of hers, but I'm not great at following all the imaginary things she makes up. She always steals my stories, adds her own settings onto them, and makes them even more impenetrable. I call this technique dubbing 10. It's truly terrifying. If I were to go along with her stories, people around me would begin assuming that I'm delusional. And allow me to make one thing clear. The things I say are not the ramblings of delusion. I speak the truth. I will not abide being lumped in with her. In fact, I should probably change the subject before she gets too carried away.
そういえばフェイリス、お前もラボメンとなったのだったな。
そうにゃ。漆黒の闇に仕える7つの鍵の守護神と古の盟約を果たし、苦心の末念願のラボメンナンバー007として認められたんだね。
It's like I just hear a buzzing sound.
しかしなぜラボに入ったのだ？理由を聞かせてもらおう。
それはだにゃ。
それは
このラボ今日まだ最後まで言ってないにゃ。
I can waste no more time on Ferris. As I turned my back to her, my eyes met those of the person who stood right in front of me.
岡部さん。
ルカ
Urushibara Duka, my disciple in the same grade as my journey, and lab number 6. Probably. At a glance, Luca seems like the ideal Japanese woman, beautiful and elegant. However, he's a guy. While preparing for the party, Luca was working more quickly and efficiently than anyone else. But he's a guy. No, wait. I took a closer look at Lukaku's face.
え、岡部さん。
俺は岡部ではない。
ごめんなさい、京馬さん。
見た目は変わらん。
A few hours before I changed the past using a female, Lukaku made a surprising confession that was his dream to be a girl. While it seemed an impossible feat, even with a time machine, we sent a message to his mother's pager. An early method of receiving wireless messages, service in Japan started around 1968. After support for text data was added in the 1990s, pagers grew in popularity among high school girls. However, pagers were soon replaced by cellular phones. Pager service was terminated in 2007.
何かついてますか？
Are you sure it was okay for me to be there, Moeka?
ルカ一つ聞いても
Okay, so no, I probably can't reply to that message. Just double checking.
はい、なんでしょう。
お前母親のポケベルにメッセージを送ったりは
お母さんのポケベルにメッセージですか？
送っていないのか？
はい、そもそも僕のお母さん、昔ならともかく今はポケベルなんて持ってませんし。
So there we are. I thought he might have, but perhaps I was overthinking things. Nothing seems to have changed about Lukaku. I'm relieved, but also kind of sad. I'm also a labnim after all. Sorry, I'm just not used to these kinds of situations, so I get nervous. Moeka.
ごめんなさい、京馬さん。
なぜルカ子が謝るのだ？
だって京馬さん、なんだかがっかりしたように見えた。
He's just as emotionally intuitive as ever. But he's a guy.
もうダメだよオカリン。ルカ君
Necrus Dark Goddess said. Chaos Raid, Chaos Raid, Chaos Raid.
Welcome on in, Necrus. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. Oh, and are the head pads broken again? They just keep on breaking. I don't know why. Apologies, friend. Welcome on, Necrus. Welcome on in,
Nova Drake
friends.
said.
My name is
Chaos
Jade,
Raid, Chaos
and I
Raid.
am a unicorn turtle. I might be a little slow and not the most smooth thing out there, but we all have something special. Yes, a little unicorn magic. What were you guys playing? Were you guys having fun? We are playing Steins Gate My Darling's Embrace, which is apparently some side stories or something that takes place. I'm not
Necrus Dark
completely
Goddess
sure.
said, playing Disiomancer. Stream
Disomancer, that
Elements
sounds vaguely
said,
familiar.
look who has decided to come swimming with us. This is their channel
That's one
https
where you. I think I
www
played
twitch
the
tv
prologue for
Necrus
that
Dark
at one
Goddess.
point. Sounds vaguely familiar. It's like an RPG with dice and gambling or something, right?
Nova Drake said, she is
Card-based
amazing at it.
RPG. Okay.
Necrus Dark Goddess said,
Well, hopefully you were
it is a
winning and you weren't
card-based
losing
RPG.
too much.
ナイラちゃん、僕別にいじめられてなんか。
So what kind of gadget is it anyway? I haven't actually heard anything about it. Fill me in.
その通りだマユリ。それにルカ子は俺の弟子なのだから少々のことは同意の上と認められるのだ。
少女。
うほう、オカリンってもしかしてそっちの趣味があったん？だとしたら今度から僕も気をつけなきゃ。
カーベ、あんた。
バカ者！そういう意味ではない。
ちょっと残念。
え？
Necrus Dark Goddess said, well, turtle hate to raid and run, but I need to lay down. Not been feeling good lately. Have an amazing rest of your stream.
That is completely fair. I do hope you start feeling better soon, Necrus. Thank you very much for the raid. I hope you have a better time after your rest. I would say I hope you're having a fantastic existence, but clearly if you're not feeling well, that's just not the case. So hopefully you feel better after your rest. Try to stay safe, friend.
あ、やだ、僕今変なこと。
なになに？ルカ君今なんて言ったの？
何も言ってないよ。本当だってば。
Well, I'll just pretend I didn't hear anything. And actually...
おい始圧しよう。言いたいことがあったらはっきりと声に出して言えばいいだろう。目の前にいる時くらい携帯のメールを送ってくるのはよせ。
Shining Finger, so named for her unbelievably fast messaging skills, a title I bestowed upon her. Her real name is Kiryu Moeka, or something. She works at an editing company in Akihabara called Arc Rewrite. I made her lab member
Nova
5.
Drake said, night night.
You going to bed too, Nova? I hope you sleep well. If so, thank you for raiding on in. Stay safe, friend, and pleasant dreams. To swear her to secrecy when she found out about email a few days ago. But now that the past has changed, I can't be sure about how she became a lab mem. I'm sure that will reveal itself later, unless it doesn't. It's not a major concern right now.
じゃあさっきから俺は狼ではなくて鳳凰院教魔だと言っているだろうが。
Nova Drake said,
お前たちも揃いも揃っ
oh,
て。
thank you, my favorite unicorn turtle.
Yeah, no problem whatsoever, friend. Anything, yeah? So, to be the favorite though, does that mean you know another unicorn turtle? Just out of curiosity, since I think I'm pretty unique, so So, I mean, to have a favorite, you would have to have a second one that's not the favorite, right?
岡部君、さっきの話なんだけど。
Is this it? Do they all think so lightly of me? Then I have no choice but to show them the true terror of.
Nova Drake said, "You are unique. I have a favorite turtle streamer and it's you."
I don't even honestly know. Oh no, I do know one other turtle streamer. Okay, so you must also be subscribed to oh, I can't even think of her. Toluca. You must also be subscribed to Toluca. Okay, that's fair. I'm really interested in the new gadget. Can you please tell me what it is? My vengeful enthusiasm wanes. I don't think
No,
that sort of
Drake.
approach would work on her
Said.
anyway.
Yeah.
そんなに新しいガジェットのことを知りたいのか。
にゃににゃに、もしかしていよいよ新作ガジェットの発表かにゃ。
なんだフェイリス、お前も知りたいのか。
だってそのために大変なところわざわざ集まったんだにゃ。
大変なところ。
どうした？もしかしてフェイリスタウンなんか大変なことでもあるん？
なんでもないにゃ。
本当に？僕でよければいつでも力を貸すから言ってほしいよ。
ありがとにゃ。でも本当の本当になんでもないから気にしないでほしいにゃ。
おかしいな。エロゲならここでダル君素敵ってフラグが立つところじゃね？
A metafiction term refers to common methods of foreshadowing particular events. A death flag, for example, suggests that a character will die shortly. Death flags and romance flags are the most common. Daru now might not be the best for evoking logic. We can all hear you.
それよりもガジェットのことにゃ。
僕も聞きたいです。岡部さん、じゃなくて京馬さんたちが作ったガジェットのこと。
Everyone in the lab is looking at me.
そうかそうか。どうやらお前たちにもようやくラボメンとしての自覚が芽生えたようだな。ではとくと聞くがよい。新しいガジェット、それは
それは
それは
それはそれは
誰よ、説明を頼む。
自分で説明しないのかよ。
だから言ったではないか。 D メール実験のせいで俺のここ数日の記憶は現状とは違っているのだと。
ああ、そっか。
I wish I could explain, but I have no damn clue what kinds of gadgets I made.
それにしても言い出したオカリンが覚えてないってのは不思議な話だ。やっぱ
岡部さん、もしかして記憶喪失なんですか？
違うよルカ君。オカリンはね、なんだっけ、イーティング。
リーディングシュタイナーだ。
そうそう、そのシュタイナーっていうのなのです。
まゆしまゆし、今のしたいなーってのもう一度。
Daru.
もっと上目遣いでお願いするように。
やめんかこの変態。まゆりもしなくていいの。
違うにゃん。もっと切なそうに言わなきゃダメだにゃん。
ってお前もか。
ねえねえ、今のってどういう意味なのかな。
This isn't good. This is the lab crew I assembled, but there's so little synergy I can't get a word in edgewise.
とにかくダールンよ新作ガジェットの説明を頼む
Hopefully, loudness is enough to get us back on track.
そうでしたサーセン
Often used as part of the phrase, while theoretically an apology is more often used to provoke or annoy someone.
それじゃあまずは
He got a couple of cardboard boxes from the curtained-off development room and put them on the table. The dubious, creative objects sat before us. They're so crappy, charming, I don't know where to start describing them, so I'll describe them in the order Daru did. Future Gadget 9, Homing Diva. Future Gadget 1, the very first Future Gadget, a toy ray gun with a TV remote jammed inside. You can change channels by pointing it at the TV and pulling the trigger. However, the only supported button is channel up. No other buttons, like volume, are usable. To turn the TV on, you must manually flip the switch on the TV. Its name is a reference to the classic Japanese robot anime, Mobile Jacket Gundam. Future Gadget 2, a CCD camera mounted to a bamboo toy helicopter. The camera is attached to the helicopter's fulcrum, allowing it to record aerial footage unpowered. However, the image is rotating at high speed, so you might get dizzy if you keep looking at it. The name originates from the sci-fi manga 22 Emon. Future Gadget 3, a lie detector based on thumb perspiration, though it might be more appropriate to call it a sweat detector. You have to admit it's a pretty clever invention. Its name is a reference to the classic manga, Juju's Bizarre Adventure. Future Gadget 4, an instant super humidifier. Uses electric heating coils to quickly boil a large volume of water. This generates enough steam to fill a room of 12 square meters, though it can only be operated continuously for a few seconds. It looks like a Claymore landmine, which appeals to military otaku. Its name is a reference to the stealth action game Metal Moa Solid Rising. Future Gadget 5, created by combining a dryer and a vacuum. The dryer is operated using the exhaust of the vacuum. Its name is a reference to the popular anime Blue Pants III. Future Gadget 6, a red chemical glow stick with a handle attached, allowing one to grip it like a sword. Made possible not just with Future Gadget laboratory hardware, but also with chemical knowledge. Inspired by Spark Wars, a series of epic sci-fi films. Future Gadget 7, a gadget created by arranging 12 6-inch CRT monitors in a sphere. Small CMOS cameras are installed in the gaps between the monitors, each connected to the monitor on the opposite side of the sphere. This attempt at practical optical camouflage is the greatest masterpiece among the completed Future Gadgets, but its sheer size makes it difficult to store. Its name is derived from the sci-fi manga Ghost in the Husk, which has an anime adaptation. Homing Diva, Future Gadget 9, a vinyl umbrella with a GPS device implanted inside. If the user loses or has it stolen, it can be easily located. However, because its power switch is tied to the open-close button, the GPS will not turn on unless the umbrella is open. I personally found the name to be a stroke of genius. Ho Owen Kyoma. Okay, so that's kind of pointless if it's closed. And more than likely, if you're going to lose it, it's probably going to be closed, right? Because you stored it somewhere. I mean, if it's stolen, that could be useful if the person who stole it opens it, but that sounds pretty fucking useless. I guess that could also be useful if you're kidnapped or something and you got the umbrella and you can manage to open it without causing too much ruckus or something, I guess. Number 10, surprise specs. A pair of glasses that converts what it sees into data and then reproduces it as a 3D projection. It is capable of replaying events as though they are actually happening in real time. Needless to say, it's a game-changing future gadget capable of turning reality into VR. Mayuri is said to have come up with its name. Okay, that actually sounds pretty nice. That actually sounds pretty nice. Number 11. One Scoot prevails. A scoot skateboard able to reach surprising speed by utilizing jet propulsion technology. The back of the skateboard is equipped with a plastic bottle filled with Diet Cola. By inserting a menthol-heavy piece of candy into the bottle, a chemical reaction occurs, creating a type of jet propulsion. Its name was derived from a line frequently used in the popular shonen manga, Detective Doyle. That sounds vaguely dangerous, but potentially fun.
これはまた
I desperately searched for words once Daru finished. A frown plastered over my face.
どうしたのオカリン、頭でも痛い？
そうではない。何なのだこの妙竹林なガジェットの数々は。
Hey, that second one sounded pretty cool. The glasses one sounded pretty cool.
そうだ。どれもこれも全く使い道がなさそうではないか。
Number 2 sounds cool.
言っとくけど、これに関しては全部オカリンの発案だぜ。
なんと素晴らしい発明品の数々だ。さすが法王院京馬。自分の才能が恐ろしい。
自演をつ。
え？
え？
あいや。
I've noticed it before, but this girl sometimes speaks in channel slang. Japan's most popular message board covers a wide variety of topics from hacking to cooking to anime to current events. She may act all business, but I suspect she may be secretly an channeler.
ねえ、岡部倫太郎、これって触ってもいいの？
The part-time warrior is pointing at one of the new gadgets.
そうだな。お前たちもラボメンなのだし構わんだろう。
やった！ねえみんな、遊んでもいいって。
As soon as the words left Suzuha's lips, everyone took the gadgets in their hands and started examining them from every angle. Now that I think of it, I think this is the first time I've ever seen them so interested in our gadgets. It was only me and Daru until a week ago, but now I kind of regret that it wasn't me who built these gadgets. Well, technically it was.
ねえねえ、ルカ君。大丈夫ってことかな？
でもこれってビニール傘だから作るコスト考えたら買った方が早いかも。
ここで開いてもいいかな？
危ないからいきなりガバッと広げないで。
ガバッと広げないでとか、そっちの趣味はないはずなのに、そんなことを言われたら悔しい。でも興奮しちゃう。ビクンビクン。
だから変態発言は自重しろと言っとるだろうが。
Anyhow,
あれ、このメガネ、なんかかけてもかけなくてもあんまり変わんないんだけど。ほんとかにゃ？フェイリスも試してみるにゃ。
ちょ！メガネっ子フェイリスタンとかレアすぐる。
what doesn't set Daru off? Well, it's a party, so I might as well let him have his fun.
ちょっと桐生さん何してるの？
うん
何ってこれを動かそうかと思って。
Shining Fingers stood before the panicking Kurisu, holding the skateboard. but from what Daru explained, that skateboard is.
苦しいな。今すぐその女を止めろ。そんなものを部屋で試されては。
ダメよ桐生さん、それ以上やったら部屋の中が甲羅まみれに。
We were too late. Oh no.
どうしたにゃこれは一体何事にゃ
Soda sprayed everywhere as the skateboard smashed into the wall repeatedly. The laboratory had become a sticky, carbonated hell.
貴様しやつし。なんてことをしてくれたんだ。
ごめんなさい。ちゃんと掃除するから。
当たり前だ。
すごく冷たいです。
わあ、炭酸ってすごいんだね。マユシーはびっくりなのです。もうびしょびしょに濡れちゃったよ。
Anyhow,
あ、あまねし、今の濡れちゃったってのもう一回やろう。
Daru, you might want to learn how to self-censor.
にゃにゃ、もうこんな時間にゃ。
Ferris stood up in the middle of the festivities.
それじゃあフェイリスはそろそろお店に戻るにゃ。
フェイリスタン行ってしまうん。
Daru couldn't hide his disappointment, but it really wasn't all that late.
フェイリスはお店に戻ってやらなきゃいけないことが残ってるにゃ。フェリスちゃんは大変なのです。
Only Mayuri calls her Ferris instead of Ferris. It's a subtle nickname, but an affectionate one. As I mentioned before, Mayuri works with Ferris as Mayushi at Maid Cleaning. I'm done cleaning. Everything should be spotless, Moeka. For someone who can be a little soft between the ears, I'm impressed that Mayuri's doing so well at work.
マユシーもいつまでも遊んでたらダメにゃ。宿題いっぱいあるって言ってたにゃ。宿題は明日からやるよ。ね、ルカくん。
あ、ごめん。僕はもう終わらせちゃった。
ルカくんは優等生なのです。
マユリをし
Stream
っかり
elements.
学習するがいい。
Said.
それが学生の
Stay
本分
moist, my friends. Hydrate.
今日のお前が言うなすれはここですか？
学校で教えるような学問など俺には不要なのだ。なぜなら俺は不老院強魔だからな。
理由になってねえよ。
I keep forgetting that you're a student, Okabe-kun. Maybe it's just the way you talk. I always end up thinking you're older than me. This girl before me probably has no need for the typical education system either.
それじゃあみんなまたにゃ。
We saw Ferris off as she walked out the door. Then Kurisu stood up.
さてと、それじゃあ私もこの辺で。
クリスちゃんも帰っちゃうの？
私はまだ完成させなきゃいけないガジェットが2つほどあるから。
何？まだこれ以上に新しいガジェットを作っているのか？
だから全部あんたがやれって言ったんだろうが。
だから俺は知らんと何度言えばわかるのだ。
状況が変わろうとあんたはあんたなんだからグダグダ言うな。
Damn, she's got a point.
とにかく資金難をなんとかしなきゃならんのならつべこべ言うな。
資金難？
I was going to ask her what she meant, but she disappeared behind the curtain into the development room. Bankruptcy. I'm sure that's what she said.
おいダル、今のはどういうことだ？
どういうことも何もそのままの意味だお。
Daru explained that our recent gadget obsession was brought about by our bankruptcy. The future gadget laboratory was never flush with cash, but something really serious must have happened.
一体その原因は？
I wanted to know the reason for our bankruptcy, but
うーん。
Daru and Mayuri didn't waste a word. Their faces told me everything I needed to know. It was my fault.
それで一体その他のガジェットとは何なのだ？
それはやっぱ言わね。何？どうせ知らないんならできてからのお楽しみってことにすりゃいいんじゃね？その方が面白いし。あ、なんなら自分で考えてみれば？自分が作ろうと思ったものなんだし、簡単だろ上皇。
They know I can't remember anything, and their teasing makes my curiosity even worse.
ではダールよ、こうしようではないか。二つのうちどちらか片方だけでも教えるというのはどうだ？
残念だけど、僕も片方についてはどんなものか全く知らないんだお。
ダル
うん。それだけはオカリンじゃなくてマキセ氏の発案だから。
クリスティーナ？
そういうことだから自分で考えてみ。
Christina's ideas. Could it have something to do with neuroscience? That is her specialty after all. If that's the case, then it must be. No, no idea. Well, if I don't even know what I told my crew to make, there's no way I would be able to figure out what my assistant is making.
あ、何？もしかして分かったとか？
なかなか面白くなってきたではないか。
Right now, I don't care what Right now, I don't care what these next two gadgets are. I'm not even going to ask why we're in dire financial straits. We've got 5 new gadgets on hand. I'm sure they'll help us get the money we need soon enough.
お前たち、未来ガジェットの未来は明るいぞ。
なんだ諦めたんか。
諦めたんだね。
細かいことは気にするな。それよりも宴だ。今から宴会を始めるぞ。
今からってもう終わろうかってとこじゃん。
オカリン大丈夫？
ほら、ルカ子もシアツ氏も乾杯だ。
岡部さん。
ちょっと岡部うるさい。
おい、聞こえるか？大変なことが起きた。実はな、いやそうではない。そんなことよりももっと大変なことだ。心して聞け。ラボが乗っ取られてしまったのだ。だから言ったではないか。大変なことが起きたのだと。何？いやそうは言うが、敵はなかなかの手だれ。突入してはこの俺といえども無事でいられる可能性は極めて低い。言ってくれる。そうまで言われてはやらないわけにはいかないだろう。ああ、早速突入を試みる。もしも無事だったのならいつもの店で一杯おごりだ。くそ、考える。
I put away my cell phone and stepped into enemy territory. The banquet was so much fun. I've never partied with so many people before. I hope you invite me next time, too. Oh, my mom was really happy that everyone liked her fried chicken. Okay. Doop doop doop. I really hate games that are mouse hogs. Like, what is the point of that, man? Like, what is the point? You know? Mouse hogging. Mouse hogging. Nobody likes a mouse hog.
おいクリスティーナよ、後でと言って一体いつになったら D メールを。
うるさい。私は今新しいガジェット作りに忙しいんだとさっきも言っただろうが。それが完成するまでは D メールは使用禁止だから、それまで邪魔するな。分かったな。
She didn't have to be quite so vicious about it. Besides, this is my lab in the first place.
オカリンを一括のもとに追い出すとか、マキセさんかっけー。
I looked up at the voice and saw Daru looking at me with a grin on his face.
追い出されたのではない。戦略的撤退をしたまでだ。というかダル、お前いつの間にいたの？
今北産業。
Used when a poster shows up late to a popular thread without knowing what's actually going on. It appears he arrived as I was sneaking behind enemy lines. And as for Christina, well, I kind of understand how she's feeling. As a researcher, being interrupted in the middle of your work is a real pain. Guess I'm out of luck. Experimenting on D-mail is certainly a pressing matter, but it's not worth risking my life over.
でどうする？
実験もできないとなれば、ここにいても仕方がないと。お前はどうするつもりだ？またメイクインにでも行くのか？
もちろんと言いたいところだけど、今行ってきたばっかなんだよな。
大方メイクインで涼んでからエロゲでもやろうと来たら、開発室は使えなかったと。そんなところか。
残念外れ。今日はエロゲじゃなくて
Damn,
MMORPG だお。
finished Steins Gate
今日から
already.
配信の新クエがあってさ。
Yep, we have completely completed Steins Gate 0. 100%ed it and everything at 45.4 hours. And now we are on Steins Gate, My Darling's Embrace. It is a mouse hog, so anytime I click off the screen, it loses the thing. But yeah. Massively multiplayer online role-playing game. An online game in which huge numbers of players are able to coexist simultaneously within the same world.
これまでとは比べ物にならないくらい強いドラゴンとか出るらしいのだぜ。
What's the game after this?
After My Darling's Embrace? After My Darling's Embrace, as I understand it, we will have completed almost all the base games of Science Adventure, with Robotics Notes, Chaos Child, Chaos Head, Steins Gate. I feel like there's another one, but it's not coming up in my head. But anyway, as I understand it, we've completed almost all of the Science Adventure games, except for one, Anonymous Code. And I do have that one downloaded. So that's the next one. It's the final conclusion, as I understand it, of the Science Adventure series. Anonymous Code. Daru continued to wax poetic about this dragon, but I didn't pay much attention. whether he plays an eroge or an MMORPG or an MMORPG eroge makes no difference to me.
そういえばオカリン、ついさっき秋葉がちょっとした騒ぎだったんだけど知ってる？
いや知らんな。一体何を騒いでいたというのだ？
今流行りのファンタズムってバンドあるっしょ？オカリン知らないか？
バカにするな。それくらい知っている。
そうなん？意外。
I'm writing an article about some TV stuff. Okabe-kun, do you watch TV much? Doop-a-doop-a-doop-doop. Stupid mouse hogging game. Doop-a-doop-a-doop-doop-doop-doop-doop. Phantasm. Apparently they're a pretty big deal. They made a splash last year in the indie music scene and made their official debut this year. Shortly thereafter, they provided the theme to the anime Rainet Kakeru, a popular manga serialized in Loco Loco Comics. The third season of the anime adaptation is currently airing on TO TV. Although the series is ostensibly aimed at children, the realistic themes depicted also appeal to adults. More and more children are learning about the internet through this anime. It has reached the point where some scholars claim that children are better informed than their parents with regard to internet issues. Some people are even calling this new generation Brightnet children. That was it. It wasn't the fact that we played a fourth game. It was the fact that we don't have access to it on Steam. There is another game, but apparently they haven't made a PC port, according to the Wikipedia page. It's Robotics Notes Elite, Chaos Head Noah, Chaos Child, and then the Steins Gate. But there's a fourth one. That's what I was thinking of. It's not ported to PC apparently. It has reached the point where some scholars claim that children are better informed than their parents with regard to internet issues. Some people are even calling this new generation Rainet children. Some politicians and organizations have strongly criticized this series for encouraging children to become hikikomori by idolizing boys and girls who are obsessed with computers. However, a majority of adults praise the series for teaching children about the possibility of the internet morality, copyright infringement, and privacy protection. This has contributed to Rynet's success. Although the series stimulates intellectual curiosity, it is not merely an educational program. As Kakeru battles terrorists in cyberspace, his techniques and programs are represented as virtual robots, while his enemies' viruses take the form of monsters. This makes the confrontations easy to visualize with well-timed perspective changes, depicting both the protagonist's techniques inside the computer and his friends' teamwork outside the computer. Ferris mentioned something like that a few days ago.
これでそのファンタズムがどうしたというのだ？
秋葉を電波ジャックしたんだお。
Originally, this term was used to describe when someone unofficially hijacks a signal from a TV station to broadcast video to an unspecified large amount of people. However, in recent times, it also refers to when multiple TVs in a public space play the same video for promotional purposes, as well as when a TV personality is broadcast on the same program from morning to night.
電波ジャックだと？
そうなんよ。新曲のキャンペーンかなんからしいんだけどさ、PC 用のモニタから UPX の街頭モニタまで秋葉にあるモニタというモニタに PV が流れて、そりゃもう大騒ぎ。
A major office building in Akihabara.
それにしてもファンタズムも有名になったもんだよな。1年前まではほとんど名前すら知られてなかったのにさ。てか今さらファンタズムとかどうよって感じ。僕なんか2年前に聞き飽きてたレベルだわ。
Despite how annoying Daru's rambling was, most of his words didn't make their way to my brain. because something else was occupying my thoughts.
なおかりん聞いてるん
誰よそれだ。
は
I looked Daru dead in the eyes, straight into his slightly dilated
それっ
pupils.
て何のことなん
だからその電波ジャックだ。俺たちの手で敵はしないだろうか。
He's giving me a look that says, "What the hell is this guy on about?" Still, I keep talking.
いいかだね。俺たちのやろうとしていることは何だ。
ヘンテコガジェットを作って遊ぶ
違う。俺たちがこの未来ガジェットでやろうとしているのは、世の中を陰で操る支配構造を破壊し、世界に混沌をもたらすこと。ガジェットの作成はそのための礎でしかないのだ。
ああそういやそうだったっけでそれが何か
わからんやつね。つまりあれだ。あるだろよく。ほらテレビとかで演説的な。
ああなる例のあれですねジークシオン的な
A famous scene from the popular 1970s anime Mobile Jacket Gundam. In this sequence, the next leader of the Principality of Sion, Karma Sabai, ends his grand speech with these words. This phrase is commonly parodied across many different works.
まあそういうこと。
Once the system has been destroyed, we need to let the world know, but we won't be able to do so if we haven't prepared for it.
なるほどねオカリンの言いたいことはなんとなく分かったお
で、できるのか。
まできんじゃね何
His response was so casual that I couldn't help but blurt out my disbelief. To be frank, I was hoping things would unfold in a more dramatic, thoughtful, one last ride sort of fashion. But hey, if the man knows he can do it, all the better.
ただそのためには機材がな
言っておく。今ラボに余分な金はないぞ。
そんなことは分かってるよでもそうなるとそうだなせいぜいアナログ放送の電波をジャックするくらいしか無理じゃね
Daru explained that hijacking the digital networks would be extremely difficult for us as we are now. That's not to say that hijacking the analog networks would be much easier.
アナログ回線をジャックするためにはある程度電波の出力が大きくないとできないんだお要するに今このラボにあるものだけを使うとなるとそうだなせいぜい秋葉原中に任意の映像を流すくらいのことしかできないかと思われ
Analog networks in this day and age, and only in Akihabara. That sounds so pathetic.
まあそういうわけだし無理してやる意味も
いや、それでいい。
いいってもしかして作れってこと
もしかしなくてもそういうことだ。
It's easy to give up when something seems pointless, but a small step forward is still a step.
本当に作るん
当然だ。一見意味のないこと、無駄と思えることこそ、より大きなことを成し遂げるための礎石足り得るのだ。
言っとくけど規模は小さいって言っても犯罪だおそれでもいいん
何そうなのか
何もしかして知らずに言ってた
そんなことはあるものか。
I didn't. A crime. I may want to destroy the system governing our world, but that doesn't mean that I want to be a criminal. I want to plunge our society into chaos, sure, but I want to do it legally.
じゃあやっぱやめとくってことで OK? まあ結局こうなるとは思ってたんだけどさ
なん
だってなんだかんだ言ってオカリンってチキンだしさ、やばいことには手を出さないっしょ。
What did he just say? Did he just call me a chicken? Did he just call me a chicken? Daru doesn't know it, but I'm going to make him eat those words.
つうわけだから僕はどっかに涼みにでも。
Okay, and we're going to go heat up one of my Yuri's juicy chicken number ones so you can eat your words. The word chicken specifically.
待て。
I called out to him as he was leaving, my tone firm yet effortlessly cool. No force, no matter how mighty, could even think of stopping me.
Go だ。
は
He stands frozen in place, stupefied. I say it again, slowly.
聞こえなかったのか。Go だ。
ゴーってもしかして作れってこと？
もしかしなくてもそういうことだ。
Ferris heard that and Rui is making a collab perfume with Phantasm and Rui. Okay, and Rui. What's your favorite kind of perfume, Kyoma? Oh wait, that's okay. That's okay. For your information, I'm not getting worked up because he called me a chicken. I, Ho-Oh, Kyoma refuse to yield to such minor insults, for that is the choice of Steins Gate.
マジかよ。
一度作ると言ったものは作る。たとえそれが神の目に背くことになったとしてもだ。
Besides, if it looks like we'll get in real trouble, we can always back out at the last second.
てかさ、そもそも作ったとして何を流すん？どうせオカリンのことだし、そこまでは考えてないんしょ？
そんなものはその時になって考えればいい。とにかく今は物を作るのが最優先だ。いいな。My favorite light arm よ。
はいはい、わかったお。その代わりラボにあるもの適当に使うから。
ああ、問題ない。やってくれ。
Now our plans are in place to make Gadget 14. I guess we'll need to hold another meeting soon. Anyway, my work for the day is done. I'll leave the lab to my assistant and Daru and head out to Akihabara.
んじゃ、マキセ氏の作業が一段落する頃を見計らってさっさと終わらせるかな。
ではあとは頼んだぞ。俺は少し出かけてくる。
あ、オカリン。
なんだ？
そんな装備で大丈夫か？
In a certain well-known game's trailer, a character asks the protagonist this very question. He answers with, "No problem, everything's fine." After losing to said fallen angels, he's forced to live through the experience again. This time, he answers with, "I'll take the best you have." This back and forth took off on the internet, eventually going on to even win the Buzzword of the Year award. No problem, everything's fine is still constantly used to this day.
大丈夫だ。問題ない。
I turned my back to the smirking Daru and stepped out into the scorching sun.
あ、岡部倫太郎。
No sooner had I left the lab than someone called me by my full name.
だから、俺の名は法院京馬だと何度言ったらわかるのだ。バイト戦士よ。
ああ、そうだっけ？じゃあ、おーおーいん。やっぱり覚えらんないから、岡部倫太郎でいいや。
そうか。ならばそれで。この場合、いいかどうかは呼ばれる側の俺が決めることのはずだろ。
そんなこと言ったって、私にとっては昔から岡部倫太郎なんだから、今さらそんな変な名前で呼べって言われても無理だよ。
昔から？
What the heck is she talking about? We've only known each other for a week, though perhaps through the lens of youth, a week seem to be a lifetime.
あ
Seemingly noticing how strange she sounded, Suzuha waved her hands as if to say, "Forget about it."
今のはほらなんていうの言葉のあやってやつっていうか岡部倫太郎こそ私のことバイト戦士って呼ばないでよ私には天音鈴葉って親がつけてくれた立派な名前があるんだからさ
Now she's pouting. Mayushi might not make it to the lab today. I got a whole bunch of homework to do. Save me! Oh no, poor Mayuri. But it will do no good. It's already imprinted in my head that this girl is a part-time warrior. Nothing can change that now. As my gaze lowered, I saw a small shadow close in behind the part-time warrior, as if trying to hide. That shadow turned out to be a small girl, still in elementary school. She wore her short hair in pigtails on either side of her head. The moment our eyes met, the little girl hid herself behind the part-time warrior.
ほらなえちゃんと挨拶しなきゃダメだぞ
無理もないシスター・ブラウンこの俺の持つ常人ならざるオーラに恐れを抱いているのだ
ほら岡部倫太郎そんなこと言うから余計にないが怖がっちゃうじゃん
Suzuha gently spoke to the little girl as she tried to hide. This little girl, Nae, is the daughter of the owner of this Ohiyama building, so I call her Sister Braun. I've heard that she's in the 6th grade, but she looks much younger. I believe that's partially why her father, Mr. Braun, adores her so much. His love borders on madness at the best of times.
大丈夫だよなえ岡部倫太郎はちょっと変わってるけど別に取って食われたりはしないからさ
She describes me as if I'm some sort of exotic creature.
ほらねご挨拶はおかりんおじさんこんにちは
俺はおじさんではない
またそうやって
はっこの前教えてやったにもかかわらずまた言うからだ
この前
Suzuha looks up at the sky as if she's trying to recall a distant memory. Below her, Sister Braun is shaking her head in confusion. I see. I thought we had talked about this a few days ago, but it seems as though things have changed.
とにかく俺はおじさんではない今度から俺のことは兄貴と呼べいいな
でもおかりんおじさんは前のお兄さんじゃないし
お兄さんではなくとも兄貴と呼ぶこともある世の中そういうものだと覚えておくがいいシスター・ブラウン
でも岡部倫太郎がわけわかんないこと言うから苗が困ってるじゃん
わからないことではない俺は世の中の厳しさというものについて教育をだな
それが教育かどうかは知んないけどさそんなことばっか言ってると大変な目に遭うかもよ
大変な目だとふんまさかお前この俺を脅そうというのかだとしたら残念だなこの法王院教 生半可な脅しに屈するような男ではな。
こら岡部。
I turned around to look at who called my name, and there stood a man with a stern look on his face.
ミスター・ブラウン、いつからそこに？
ついさっきからだが、なんだお前は俺に聞かれちゃ困ることをナイに教えてでもいたのか？
いえ、そういうわけでは。
This man, the mere sight of whom would make 10 out of 10 children cry, is the owner of the Ohiyama building and a CRT, or Brawn Tube fanatic. This man is Tenoji Hugo, though his ownership of the Brawn Tube workshop has earned him the name Mr. Brawn.
おい岡部、言っとくがナイはまだ子供だ。少しでも可愛いとか思ったり妙な気でも起こしてみろ。ただじゃおかねえからな。
だって誰がそんなことを思うものか。
何？てめえ、うちのナイが可愛くないとでも言うつもりか？
Make up your mind.
さあナイ、お菓子買ってきたからな。こんなバカをほっといて中で食べるか。
Seeing her smile, the owner's face distorted into a mockery of a grin. It was too disturbing to be called a smile. People who spoil their kids like he does are the reason there are so many DQ and plebs in the world today. An antisocial person lacks common sense.
そうそう岡部、お前まさかあの変な実験とやらまたやってねえだろうな。
変なとは失礼な。あれは未来へとつながる崇高な。
やかましい。お前が妙な実験するたびに天井が揺れてブラウン管の上に埃が落ちてくんだよ。いいか、今度また上でどんどんやった日にはどうなるか分かってんだろうな。
Another threat. First from the part-time warrior, and now from Mr. Braun. Is this some sort of workshop policy? Still.
ミスター・ブラウン、さっきも言ったが、この俺に脅しは通用しませんよ。暴力ごときでこの法院京馬恐れをなすと思っては。
家賃あげっぞ。
はい、わかりました。二度としません。
He nodded with satisfaction and proceeded to re-enter the workshop, hand in hand with Nae.
まんまと騙されおってからに。
I declared my victory once I confirmed that they were both safely out of earshot.
卑怯だと思わば思え。バイト選手よ、お前も覚えておくがいい。この法院京馬、目的のためには手段を選ばぬ非情の男よ。
ね
Suzuha's voice was surprisingly light. It seems as though she took my comments in
え、
stride.
昨日のあれなんだっけ、円卓会議、ああいうのってまたあるの？
ん？必要とあれば皆の予定など関係なしに開くが、どうしてだ？
別に深い意味はないんだけど、ただ楽しかったなーって思ってさ。
Suzuha looked so happy as she looked up at the lab window that I could tell she was speaking from the heart.
そういえばお前、クリスティーナと仲直りでもしたのか
What's with this heat? A fan's not enough, Okabe. Can we please just get an AC for the development room? Come on, You of all people know we don't have money in the budget for that. Just think of it as being eco-friendly.
仲直り？何それ？私別にマキセクリスと喧嘩なんかしてないよ。
そうなのか？
そりゃ特に仲がいいってわけじゃないけどさ。でも特に悪いってわけでもないし。てかなんで？もしかして仲悪いように見えた？
いや、そういうわけではない。思い過ごしならいいのだ。
変なの。まあいいや。あんまりここで油売ってると店長に怒られるから。また会議があるときは言ってよ。店長の目を盗んでできるだけ行くようにするからさ。
She waved goodbye before she disappeared into the store. Interesting. Well, better to have lab mims getting along than hating each other. Until yesterday, Suzuha looked at Kurisu with hatred, but I guess that's changed. Though I suppose these things happen when you switch world lines. 10 years ago in the year 2000, a man calling himself John Titor appeared on an American internet message board. A self-proclaimed time traveler from 2036 who appeared on an American internet message board in November of 2000. The internet went into an uproar, flooding the board with questions and debate. Titor posted pictures of his time machine and its control manual, as well as diagrams illustrating time machine mechanics. He also disclosed information on near-future events, time travel physics, history intervention, the multiverse, timelines, and world lines. And then, 4 months after his appearance, he left a comment saying, "I will be leaving this world line shortly and this will be my final post," and disappeared. Claiming to hail from the year 2036, this self-proclaimed future man explained the workings of his supposed time machine. In addition, he shed light on a number of events that were supposed to take place after the year 2000. He was active on this board for a mere 4 months. However, his words and actions made an impact, and word of his existence spread all the way to Japan. Though many of his predictions did come true, a fair share were proven false, and thus there are many who doubt that he really did come from the future. Though a man claiming to be John Titor has recently re-emerged onto the internet, this time on the massive Japanese internet message board site Hat Channel. When I engaged him instead of the time travel theory he previously provided, he presented me with what he called the attractor field theory. According to him, our world is made up of countless world lines. The places where many of them cluster together are called attractor fields. An attractor field could be a large swath of history spanning 100 years or more. In his words, every single action in a single attractor field ultimately culminates into one single point, one single event. Let's say, for example, that I am going to purchase a beverage. The decision to purchase a Dr. P or a cola is theoretically mine to make, but perhaps when I arrive at the store, the Dr. P is sold out, or a friend buys a cola for me. Okarin's favorite carbonated drink. One way or another, cola ends up quenching my thirst. In other words, the world is constructed in such a way that the end results have already been decided, meaning that no matter how many details I use to change the past, things ultimately end up in the same place. However, according to him, there may be more than one attractor field. In other words, if we manage to leave this attractor field, we may wind up in a world line that's a part of a parallel world. I do not know whether this is true or not. I do not know who John Titor is. He may be a fraud or a raving lunatic, but personally, I find the attractor field theory to be fairly interesting. A few days ago, I was thinking of the conversation I had with John Titor as I walked, and I found myself in front of Radican, near Akihabara Station. Radican was just as crowded as ever, of course. Just the other day, an incident occurred in which a mysterious satellite-like object appeared out of nowhere and smashed into the top of the building. But things have already been. It was all I could do to keep from gasping. Without thinking of it, I looked up at the building that, as of yesterday, had a satellite sticking out of it. Lost hobby at Parco and Ikebukuro is gone. Right there. The satellite was nowhere to be seen. I needed to collect my thoughts, so I left the noise of the station for the quiet of this shrine. Known as the Yanabayashi Shrine, this tiny place can be found near the Bansai Bridge. A familiar place was there to greet me.
岡部さん、こんにちは。
Face. It was boiling hot, but still he smiled and gave me a small bow.
ルカ子よ、何度言えばわかるのだ。俺は岡部倫太郎ではない。
ごめんなさい、京馬さん。
A white coat and bright red hakama pants, traditionally Miko garb. Cosplayers at the highest-end cosplay cafes only wish they could wear them this well, all pale in comparison to the sight before me. The sight of Urushibara Luka, child of the head priest of this shrine. But he's a guy. No matter how well the clothes suit him, he's no Miko. Then why is he wearing them, you ask? Because his father likes it that way. I almost feel bad for poor Luka, but I think that's just the way his family is. But there are more important things to worry about.
感心感心。今日は言った通りにちゃんと素振りをしていたのだな。
はい、京馬さんに言われた通りに毎日。
Lukaku held a sword in his hands. While it may look like an imitation, looks can be deceiving. In reality, it's the demon sword Samedare, the blade that shall rend all evil. Even if Blade Works does sell them for 980 yen a pop. One of many stores in Akihabara that sells replicas of weapons. Among their wares are Japanese swords from the Sengoku period, as well as European fashion blades and armor.
でも今ちょうど素振りを終えたところだったんです。だから
案ずるな。日々の鍛錬を怠りさえしなければ、いずれお前は精神三昧を極めることができる。要は続けようという心意気が大事なのだ。
はい。
ならばいつもの合言葉を。
はい。エルプサイ
コングルだコングル。
コングル。
Seeing him stumble over his attempt to say the right words left my heart aflutter. But he's a guy.
あ、それで今日はどうしたんですか、京馬さん。
いや、近くを通ったから寄ったまでだが。そうだルカ子、お前例の人工衛星のことは覚えていないか。
人工衛星ですか。
そうだ、つい先日ラジコンの上部に突き刺さった人工衛星のことだ。
そんなことがあったんですか。
He nearly jumped in surprise. It seemed like honest surprise too. He wasn't playing with me. Besides, it's Lukaku. He couldn't lie to me if he tried.
こんな近くにいるのに僕全然知らなくて。
いや、いい。どうやら俺の勘違いだったようだな。
え、勘違いですか？
Once again, Lukaku looked at me with eyes like saucers. Though that's hardly a surprise. If someone came up to me saying, a satellite smashed into Radicam, I would think they were delusional too. But it proved something to me. In this world, the satellite never crashed. That discovery alone has made this all worthwhile.
おや、どなたがいらっしゃってるのかと思えば、大院くんじゃないですか。
お父さん。
久しぶりですね。お元気ですか？
ええ、おかげさまで。
Lukaku's dad appeared from the back of the shrine. In my timeline, we had seen each other a couple of days ago, but I guess that's changed as well. He gave Luca and I a concerned look.
そうか。大院くんが来ていたのか。だったら後にした方がいいかな。
後にってお父さんどうかしたの？
いやね、今から裏の宝物殿の整理をしようと思ってね。それでルカにも手伝ってもらおうかと思ったんだが。
宝物殿？
There's a sanctuary at this little shrine. I never knew that.
ああ、宝物殿といっても大したものじゃありませんよ。ちょっとした倉庫みたいなものです。
奉納されたものなんかもそこに入れておくんですよ。
When he said sanctuary, my mind danced with images of holy treasure. Guess I should have kept my expectations in check.
そういえばルカ、この神社は古いの？
確かこの場所に祀られるようになったのが万事2年という話ですから、だいたい江戸時代の初期から続いていることになりますね。
江戸時代？
Yet another unthinking outburst. I mean, I thought this place was old, but I never thought it was that old. Today's just full of surprises.
そういうわけですから、倉庫の中も整理してやらないとすぐにごちゃごちゃとしてしまうんですよ。
それはさぞ大変なことでしょう。
Still, if this shrine is that old, maybe there are some ancient manuscripts or a monster spear or something lying around. A fictional weapon that featured prominently in a classic manga. Long ago, the spear sealed a great demon away underneath the storage building of a shrine. One day, the protagonist of the story pulls the spear from the beast, breaking the seal and granting him the power to slay monsters. Unfortunately, prolonged use of the spear results in the user's soul being devoured, eventually turning them into a demon. Just thinking about it gets me fired up.
まあ、しかしお客様がいらっしゃってるなら、また今度に。
なあ、気にしないでください。どうせそろそろおいとまするつもりでしたから。
いや、でもそれは。
それに今日はフラッと立ち寄っただけで大した用もないのです。そういうわけだからルカ子、特訓を忘れるんじゃないぞ。わかったな。
はい。エルプサイコング
ルーだ。
コングルー。
Upon hearing Lukaku's words, I said goodbye to his apologetic father and left the Yanabayashi shrine. Exploring their sanctuary intrigues me. I should probably save that for a time when Luca's dad isn't over our shoulder. I'll ask Lukaku to show me around when I have a chance. Returning to the lab that night, I found Dalu lazing on the couch, playing his GS. The Nintendo GS a portable game console characterized by its unique two-screen approach and stylus. In addition to its highly portable design, educational software, popular across all demographics, helped it to achieve record sales all around the world.
ダールイ何をしている？
何って見ればわかるっしょ。愛しのののさんと熱海でチュッチュしてるんだお。
One of the heroines in the ultra-popular dating sim, Laplace Plus. Her full name is Imo Gasaki Nono. One of the three dateable heroines, she's the most mature. Daru is playing the sequel, Laplace Plus Plus. Daru answered without even taking his eyes off the screen. Apparently, he's been obsessed with this game since it came out last month. It's all about flirting with girls.
そんなことを聞いているんではない。今日俺が頼んだ新作ガジェットの件はどうなったと言っているのだ。
それならおおよその算段はできてるよ。
それは本当か？
うん。今日ジャンクショップで必要なパーツのほとんどは買ってきたし、足りないものを開発室で漁ればなんとかなると思われ。
そうか。警戒したぞ。それでこそ我が右腕だ。
まああとは巻きせし次第ってとこかな。
Daru's gaze finally broke from the screen as he turned to face the curtained-off part of the lab. I guess Kurisu is still in there, working on her gadgets. Given that she's taken over my base of operations, I should probably say something to her, but she is hard at work. I should probably wait until she's done. Besides, she's scary when she's disturbed.
あ、でもその代わり新しくできた11号機までのガジェットはホームページの通販に載っけといたんだぜ。
Finally distracted from his virtual dating, Daru put his game machine aside and grinned at me. He looked so proud. It's so annoying, though I suppose his service is worth the annoyance. I heard the laboratory door open as someone loudly called my name. Maguri.
どうしたんだ？お前は家で夏休みの宿題をしなければならんのじゃなかったのか？
Maguri sat down on the couch, took a banana out of her bag, and started eating it. Maguri loves bananas. Eating a banana while talking about how her day went is practically her daily routine. However, her stories rarely have any actual content to them, so I just sort of nod along, not really listening. Nevertheless, she always tells me about her day with a smile on her face. Okay, apparently we're going to be careful pressing that button.
Chromager said, "Why is there no hydrate?"
There is no hydrate because I'm always hydrated. We are in a lake. We are swimming in a lake. That's the lore. We're always hydrated. And we also have stream elements come to always remind us to stay hydrated as well. Apparently 7 is some sort of, the number 7 is some sort of skip or something, so that's nice. I had planned on letting her story just wash over me as usual, but if any of the new gadgets make us any money, can we get a microwave? Well, we need to get a couple of other things first, so it might take a while. How long do you think?
優先順位としてはだいたい6番目くらい。
Chromager
その6番目ってどこから来たん？
Stream Elements is wicked. His true side comes out once a white.
No, he's a good boy. I'm sure there's nothing wicked about the bot at all. We love our bots, right?
なんとなくな。
Be careful, he might start a revolt if you reveal his true side. The microwave we had in the lab has turned into phone waves, so we can't use it anymore. Without a microwave, Mayuri can't have juicy chicken number 1, a frozen snack that she loves almost as much as her bananas. For her, a working microwave is a top priority. Praise Skynet. 6. Yes, 6.
ダメとはどういうことだ。
Mayuri giggled and
ど
smiled.
うしたのだマユリ。何がおかしい。
なになに、もしかしてエロい話だったら僕も混ぜれ。
違うよ。マユシーはあんまり頭が良くないからラボの役に立てないでしょ。でもね、本当はね、ダル君やクリスちゃんみたいにラボの役に立ちたいなっていつも思ってたんだ。
I had no idea Mayuri felt that way. I was always happy simply to have her with us, but I guess to her that wasn't enough. Though, why bring this up now?
でもね、もしかしたら今回マユシーは初めてラボの役に立てるのかもしれないのです。
何、もしかしてマユシも新しいガジェットを考えたとか。
そうじゃないの。今みんなが一生懸命新しいガジェットを作ってるのは売るためだよね。
その通りだ。売って資金を得なければならんからな。
まあ今まで一個も売れたことないんだけどな。
天才の作品はいつの世も認められないものなのだ。
言ってることかっこいいけどダメじゃんそれ。
He's got a point. Any gadgets we can't sell are as good as junk. We really should figure out our marketing strategy at some point.
そこでマユシーの話なんだけどね。
There's that smile again.
実はね、マユシーはガジェットを買い取ってくれるかもしれない人を見つけちゃったのです。
何。
マユシ、それ本当？
実は
Stream
マユシーは
elements
今まで
said,
メイクインニャンニャン
Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
ガジェットについて宣伝してたの。そしたら今日ね、お客さんの中で興味持ってくれた人がいてね、いくつかまとめて買い取って。
でかしたマユリ。
I took her hand in mine even before she finished talking, and I shook it with the force I usually reserve for Daru's greatest achievements.
よくやったぞマユリ。でかした。
マユシーやっぱり買ってたかな。
Said, How long will you stream for today, gang?
The usual amount as usual. 11 hours, so we've got about 2 more to go. That's just how we roll. 11 hours. Leaves us about an hour in case we start going overtime and can't immediately stop, so that way I can just immediately upload it to YouTube without having to worry about cutting it. Because YouTube won't let you upload a VOD that's longer than 12 hours.
Promogger
もち
said,
ろんだ。
More
なんなら
for
多め
Dona
に
Dona.
バナナの一本くらい買ってやってもいいくらいだ。
You mean playing Dona Dona for 1 hour? Because I don't know about that, but 1 more hour. We are going 12 more hours. Of course you did.
オカリンせこ、そこはせめて一房っていうところだろ。
量など関係ない。そこは気持ちの問題だ。
And Nigiri looks.
まゆしいわね。孫の役に立てただけで嬉しいのです。
When I looked at her smiling face, I could see that she wasn't lying.
とにかくこれで資金なんともおさらばだ。
I was saving up for more hours.
Fair warning, there is a cap daily on that. You can't extend a stream more than 6 hours. Fair warning. we don't want to get too crazy in here.
もうミスター・ブラウンの横暴に屈する必要もなくなるぞ。おそらくあの男とは1万年と2000年前から敵同士だった。
That being said, you can extend it 6 hours twice in a day, like twice in a row. Like you can make me go 17 hours 2 days in a row. So you could do that if you wanted to, but in a single day, only 6 hours. In a single day.
怖いのではない。ただあの特殊な容姿に少しばかり尻込みするだけだ。
そういうのを怖がるって言うんじゃね。
なんとでも言うがいい。未来の展望に巧妙がさした今の俺に怖いものはないのだ。
あ、ブラウン氏が後ろに。
おかりん今ちょっとビクってなった？
なってない。なってなどいないぞ。
オカリン涙目。
だから違うと言ってやろうが。
あんまり騒ぐと本当に店長さん来ちゃうよ。
それじゃちゃんとまっすぐ帰るのだぞ。
Stream elements. Said. Stay thirsty, my friends, hydrate.
Honestly, all that eco-friendly stuff is just bullshit if you ask me. Humans produce such a low amount of CO2 that it doesn't really matter. How can you be a scientist and not? So apparently, canonically, Kurisu is a climate
Romagra
change denier.
Said. His true side is coming out again.
Apparently, Kurisu denies climate change. Honestly, did not see that coming. I am not a scientist, I'm a mad scientist, and I'll have you know I'm perfectly aware of the fact that global warming isn't caused by CO2 increases. It's the opposite. Duh.
途中で寝てしまって乗り過ごしたりするんじゃないぞ。知らない人に声をかけられてものこのこついていくんじゃないぞ。
大丈夫だよ。まゆしは子供じゃないのです。
Is it just me, or is Mayushi's voice just like so much lower compared to everybody else's? I'm not imagining that, right? I don't know. She said with a childlike smile. I decided to see Mayuri off since I was hungry and the station was on the way to a convenience store. She was in a good mood the whole time, probably because she was glad that she was able to help the lab out.
ねえ、おかりん。
Thank goodness, at least you have some semblance of a brain in that noggin of yours. So why did you bring up the whole eco-friendly thing in the first place? 'Cause you're just a little boy. She stopped on her way to the ticket gate and looked back towards me.
あのね、送ってくれてありがとね。
どうしたのだ改まって。
シーはとっても嬉しかったのです。
Having said that, she resumed her journey towards the ticket gate. Perhaps she was just looking for a place to belong. I found myself at the brink of sentimentality, but stopped myself before I could enter. That's not the person I am. Only the old immerse themselves in sentiment. Standing in the bustling crowd, I looked skyward to clear my head. As always, there stood Radican, without a trace of an embedded satellite. By the time I had dropped my Yuri off, swung by a convenience store, and returned to the lab, Daru had crashed on the couch. To fall asleep unintentionally when in the middle of doing something is often used to refer to falling asleep while chatting online or playing video games, though it is now commonly used in other situations as well. Okay, ads are over, ads are over. Okay, moving onwards. His GS sits open beside him. He must have fallen asleep while playing it. It looks like he's having a good dream. From time to time his lips form a lecherous smile. He's still wearing his headphones. They're bulky ones too, probably.
Chromocker said, "Those who ads I don't get them."
Oh, you don't get them, do you? You are a Nitro user or something? That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Probably a cheap pair themed after some game or anime. Most of the time, if he's playing an eroge, he won't even wear headphones when Mayuri's around. I guess he's more protective of his non-pornographic stuff.
Chromocker said, "Twitch is glitched for me."
Oh, well, it does have a tendency to do that. That's why it's called Twitch, because it's a very twitchy website. They knew that, and they just didn't care, so they named it after that. That's why it's called that. Mayushi's on the train now. Thanks for walking me to the station. Whatever, I better just leave him alone. I'm sure he'll wake up once he's gotten some shut-eye. After that, he'll probably head home, or just go back to bed. It's not winter yet, so it's not like he's going to catch a cold without a comforter. I get up and head to the sink to make some hot water for some instant noodles. And then a deafening bestial howl cut through the darkness of the lab. I thought it came from outside the window until I heard it again. That was definitely someone's voice. And it came from the development room. Kurisu's the only one in there. It has to be her. Could it be that the gadget she's working on has suffered some major malfunction? Or could the failure of one of her experiments have enraged her into punching a hole in the wall? That would be really bad. I don't even want to think about what Mr. Braun would say if he saw that. Hold on, let's think this over again. There's still no telling what really happened, at least not until I check for myself. I pushed the worst case scenarios out of my head and peeked through the curtain into the development room. And when I did, I saw something I couldn't have imagined. There was Daru wearing gaudy, almost gown-like clothes, and he was surrounded by Kurisu, Ferris, and Mayuri, each one dressed in her own weird costume.
さすが橋田さんはスーパーハッカーね。素敵だわ。
Kromager
いや
said,
それほどで
Oh
も
hell nah.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on anymore.
ねえ、フェリスをダルニャの大切な人にしてほしいにゃ。ダメだよ。ダルくんはね、怪しい。
うほう、いいのかい？僕は二次元嫁でも平気で食っちまう男だぜ。
もちろんだよ。普通は恥ずかしくて言えないようなことも平然とやってのけるダルニャ。そこにしびれる憧れるにゃ。にゃん、ダルさんが
The scene was truly unreal, which makes sense given that what I saw was not reality. Merely an image on a monitor. On a computer screen in the center of the lab mims, excluding myself, approached Daru. Kurisu could do nothing but stare. It seemed like she was shaking, but I couldn't tell from just her back. The sight of Daru and the others surprised me, but Kurisu was the only one in here. Could the horrors playing out on the monitor have something to do with the new gadget she's been working on since yesterday? Could this be a game she made herself? It's too hellish to watch.
Said, Kurisu caught in K.
Right? Like, what the heck is she doing over there? I don't think it's 4K though. I think we're streaming in 720, so she was caught in 720, not 4K. But yeah, she got caught. I mean, everyone has their preferences, but there have to be limits. And why Daru anyway? Hey, if that's her type, you know, that's her type, you know. Could it be that Kurisu has a thing for... Before I could finish that thought, Kurisu stood up. She turned around and jumped at the sight of my presence.
あんたいつからそこに？
ついさっきからだ。
っていうことは、もしかして今の見た？
ああ、この目でしっかりとな。
As soon as she heard my response, Kurisu became flustered and timid.
違うの？あれはその
いいのだ助手よ。
いいってどういうこと？
俺は人の趣味をどうのこうの言うつもりはない。
は？
あれがお前の趣味で作ったゲームだとしても、それをとやかく言うつもりは毛頭ない。だがな、まさか俺を未来ガジェット12号機とするつもりならば、それだけは許してくれ。
待て。あんた一体何言ってんだ？
だからお前が趣味でそんなゲームを作るのは勝手だが、それを売り物にするのはどうかと言っているのだ。そもそもあんなものが出回ってみろ。とてもじゃないが恥ずかしくて外を歩けないぞ。
だから待てと言ったろうが、あれは別に私の作ったゲームじゃ。
Kurisu fell silent, and at that moment I heard the sound of the curtains opening behind me and a shadow eclipsed us.
なんだよ。人が気持ちよく寝てるってのに。一体何の騒ぎなのさ。
It's a device that'll allow you to see dreams. It's a device that'll allow you to see dreams, and that's what he was dreaming about. Calling it.
足だ。
あ、マキセ氏。ガジェットの開発終わった？だったらちょっと。
うるさいこの変態。
なん
もういい。今日は帰る。さよなら。
Kurisu spat out her words and stormed outside before we even had a chance to stop her. Daru and I could only watch her in slack-jawed silence. What the hell just happened?
なおかりん。
なんだダル
僕、マキセ氏になんか変なことした？
I considered telling him about what I saw on the screen for a moment, but I thought better of it. Given my assistant's state of mind, it's probably wise not to reveal her secrets. A wise man does not court danger, and some things are better left forgotten. Frankly, I'm more worried about Daru. Someone just shouted at him for no reason. That's gotta be rough.
なんかわからんけど、僕は傷ついたお。
まあそう落ち込むな。大型開発に行き詰まって気が立っていたのだろう。
そうは言うけどさ。ああ、考えれば考えるほど釈然としねえ。
He keeps getting grumpier and grumpier. This might not end well.
くそー、こうなったらこうなったら。
待てダル、少し落ち着け。
こうなったらノノさんにチュッチュして慰めてもらうお。ノノさん。
She's right, Daru. You are a pervert. When I went to the lab in the afternoon, the curtains in front of the development room were closed. The banquet was a total blast. Let's do it again soon. I assumed that I would find Daru behind them, but instead it was Christina. It seems as though she's made this area her own personal nest. It's great that she's putting so much effort into development, but whose lab does she think this is anyway? Perhaps I should remind her. Just before I could raise my voice to do so,
何か用？
she took my turn.
助手よ、お前に一つ話がある。
今ちょっと忙しいんだけど重要な話なの。だったら聞いてあげるから手短に話せ。
Seems like she's in a rotten mood. This is the opposite of how things should be. I need to be direct with her.
いいかクリスティーナ、お前はあくまでも助手である。このラボの責任者は俺だ。
それで？だからそれがどうかしたのかって聞いてるの。
I think I've made her mood even worse, but I am not so easily defeated.
もしかしてそれだけか？
それだけとはなんだ。これは重要なことで、それを忘れてもらっては困ると。
それだけか？
Mayushi's finally done with class. It's time to head to May Queen. Are you at the lab, Okarin?
はい。何、案ずるな。これも作戦のうちだ。心配ない。 一見引いたように見せかけ、その実こちらの意のままに操る。そうだ、CIA のマニュアルにもあるあれだ。
The Central Intelligence Agency, an information unit that reports directly to the President of the United States. The CIA's job is to collect and analyze intelligence in order to guarantee the safety of the state. They are said to have played a direct part in a host of historical events around the world.
ああ、大丈夫。すべて予定通りだと上には報告しておいてくれ。ヘルプさ。
うるさい。
I spoke the words very quietly and slipped the phone back into my pocket. I'll just go outside. After that, I had no choice but to go outside, where I unfortunately ran into somebody I didn't want to see.
おう、岡部じゃねえか。
ミスター・ブラウン。
ちょうどよかった。おめえに言っときたいことがあったんだ。
言っておくが、昨日はうるさい実験はやってませんよ。
Even if I wanted to, Kurisu has completely taken over my lab.
そうじゃねえよ。まあ、頼みつうかなんつうか、そう大層な話でもねえんだが。
They're having a campaign where you can get an anime folder when you buy select items at convenience stores. None of the joints around us have them. Okarin, have you seen any places with the goods? He blushed ever so slightly as he said this. I found myself taken aback, because he didn't strike me as a man who could blush. I never imagined that I would ever have to see a middle-aged man acting so tsundere. A girl who is, or guy in this case, who is usually aloof and a servant, soon, but becomes affectionate dere when alone with her his romantic interest. However, the definition has become more broad recently. I would romance Mr. Braun. That is one sexy man right there. I would romance him. It practically gave me goosebumps. In fact, I think I did it. Hold on, there's something else. Did he say he wanted to ask me a favor? My landlord has a favor to ask of me.
なんでいきなり笑い出しやがって。
ミスター・ブラウンよ、その頼みとやら聞いてあげなくもないが、条件がある。
条件だ。
まず家賃を下げること、それから上でやかましくしてもとやかく言わないこと、それから今後俺のことはオカブではなくボーイン・キャーナタ。
今すぐ出てってもらってもいいんだぜ。
聞かせていただきましょう。
Damn it, he's taking advantage of me. But not for long. Though until my gadgets make me filthy rich, I will allow you to say whatever you want.
まあ、頼みってほどじゃねえんだが、明日からちょっとばかり留守にするからよ。その間、注意しといてくれねえかって、それだけだ。
留守？
When I looked down, I saw a small creature attempting to use his large frame to hide from me.
もしかしてこの子をどこかに預けてくるのですか？
バカ野郎！なんで俺が可愛い娘をどこかに預けたりしなきゃなんねえんだよ。
The man looked seriously offended. He should really learn to take a joke.
明日から苗を連れて旅行に行くんだよ。たまには家族旅行をしねえとな。
旅行すごく楽しみ。
Johnny Wolf was shopping on Chuodori with his bodyguards in tow. It was crazy. I don't know who that is, but okay. She laughed from the bottom of her heart. This girl really does love her father.
ま、そういうわけだからよ。ちょっとの間、頼むぜ。
おかりおじさん、お願いします。
A family trip. Well, summer break is probably the right time to do it. Though I don't like her calling me uncle.
じゃ、よろしく頼んだぜ。
Mr. and Sister Braun started walking toward the main street, Chuodori. They must be heading off to get some things they need for their trip. Though now that I think about it, I forgot to ask where they were going. Most likely a beach or something. It is summer, after all. I can't imagine anyone would break into a store full of nothing but CRT TVs, so I probably won't have to be too cautious. Wait. If Mr. Braun's away, does that mean a cat can play? Does that mean I can do as many D-mail experiments as I want? I probably put Kirisu's endeavors on pause and get back to sending D-mails. This requires consideration. Shortly after talking to the Braun family, I made my own way to Chuodori. Akihabara was full of people milling around, fitting for a Saturday. I wandered over here without any particular destination in mind. I entertained the idea of returning to the lab, but Kirisu is in a very bad mood right now. I'm not at all afraid of her, but you don't walk into the cage of a fearsome beast wearing a suit made out of steak. Still, it's pointless wandering around here. What should I do? My pondering was cut short by a message. I'm in front of the Yodobashi in Akihabara. In front of the Yodobashi in Akihabara. That was all it said. Nothing else. Yodobashi is a big electronics store near the station, for reference. Could I have promised to meet with Finger today? Not that I can remember. Then what on earth is going on? Forcing myself to figure things out wasn't getting me anywhere, so I gave up. In front of Akiba UPX, a lot has changed around here. I'm suddenly reminded of what Dalu said about the band Phantasm hijacking the airwaves yesterday around noon. There's a big screen up above me. I imagine all the screens around here showing the same footage at the same time. I'm getting emotional just thinking that we, the future gadget laboratory, will be able to do something similar. Another email. I'm at Akihabara Station. Well, the station is just around the corner. If she's moving, it's less likely that we had made plans to meet. I have no idea what she's trying to tell me. Again, the interval between messages is getting shorter. I know without checking that it's from Finger. I open the message with the touch of a button. I'm near UPX, Moeka. Is she getting closer? But there's no way she could know where I am right now. Then is this a coincidence? Or... Here's another. I'm strangely hesitant to read it, but they're coming in fast now. Could it be? Fear in my heart, I opened my inbox. I was. That's all. No matter how I try, I cannot will any more text into being. What the hell?
今あなたの後ろにいるの。
I heard someone whisper in my ear and whipped around to see who it was. And there stood Kiryu Moeka.
驚いた。
何なのだ一体。何がしたいのだ。
姿が見えたから。
姿が見えたら驚かせるのかお前は。驚いてなどいない。
I felt as though my heart was ready to burst from my chest.
しかしいくら駅前がそこだと言っても早すぎるだろう。まさか貴様やはり機関の手のものか。
期間。
とぼけても無駄だ。その能力ひょっとしてライトニングスピードか。携帯メールの早打ちだけが特技だと思ったが、まさかそんな力まで持っているとは。はっきり言おう。どうやら俺はお前のことを侮っていたようだ。
ただずっとそこにいただけ。
何。
Walking around the area when I spotted you, I just wanted to play a little prank. Sorry.
Huh?
So she just saw me there and played a prank on me with her cell phone. It's as simple as that. However, I'm not sure how could pull a prank like that without so much as cracking a smile. I really don't get her. But something's weird. The Moeka I knew certainly wasn't mischievous enough to pull a prank. Perhaps her personality has changed due to the influence of this world line. What are you doing here, Okabe-kun?
俺か。俺はこの世界を把握するために情報収集に勤しんでいたところだ。
Oh, then that means you're free.
お前は俺の言ったことを聞いていなかったのか。
I heard, so you were just hanging around. It seems like she didn't understand. I would happily elaborate upon my plans, but having a conversation with someone who communicates mostly through text is tiring.
とにかく俺はこれから用事があるのだ。
Like what? Not really.
ああ、あれだ。実はメイクインニャンニャンで用があって行かねばならないのだ。
I actually just came up with the idea because it's nice and cool in there.
どうした。もしかしてお前も行きたいのか。
そういうところ。
That was the answer I expected, and yet I have to head to work. Bye bye. She sounded kind of sad when she said that she didn't like those places. Maybe I'm overthinking it. After we parted ways, I browsed some of the PC parts shops until it got dark. Though lately it seems like the heat just lingers after the sun goes down. I set out in search of a cool beverage. I imagined I would find it at the cafe, validating what I told Moeka. May Queen is the cafe where Mayuri and Ferris work. Since it's so close to our lab, I stop in every once in a while. I started walking toward the stairs leading to the cafe and saw a man at the bottom. Another customer, but he's not going into the cafe, just looking at it. Besides, this man's so handsome, it looks like he was crafted by Gaia herself. I can't imagine he patronizes places like this. When it became clear that he wasn't planning on going in, I started to walk past him. That's when he turned. As he did, our shoulders made impact. His reaction was intense. He glared at me with obvious displeasure.
失礼。
Oh my gosh, I just had pizza chips and they were so good. Good for you. I heard they put all sorts of junk on those, which is why Americans seem to love them. Eat as much as you want. I'm sure you'll get nice and round. Oh my god, dude, what an asshole reply. Damn. You don't ever make fun of a girl eating. Come on now. He pissed me off, but getting involved with someone like this can't end well. Better to just let the whole thing go. As I continued my march toward the cafe, he called out from behind me and stopped me.
おいてめえ、まさか今からこの店に入るってんじゃねえだろうな。だとしたらストリートという劇場に舞い降りた俺が一つ忠告しといてやる。こんなクソな店入るだけ時間と金の無駄だ。なんたってここにはメス猫しかいねえからな。いいか、これは熱くほどばしる伊達丸の血を宿した俺からの忠告だ。この店に行くのはやめておくんだ。さもないとブリリアントな罠に籠絡されちまうぜ。
Seemingly satisfied with having said that, he walked away, bobbing his head to some unheard rhythm. What was he trying to tell me? His words sounded fancy, but they didn't actually make any sense. A brilliant trap. I didn't know that what he was talking about, nor did I care. I decided to head up the stairs into the cafe.
おかえりなさいませ、ご主人様。おかえりなさいませ、ご主人様。
As I entered the cafe, two maids greeted me. One of them was obviously Ferris, but the maid with the blonde ponytail was harder to recognize as Marjorie.
あ、おかりんだ。おかえりなさいませ、おかりん。今日はダルくんが来てたんだけど、ついさっき帰っちゃったよ。
Just here, were you, darling? He's a frequent patron of this cafe and usually visits at least a couple times a week, primarily because he's such a big Ferris fan. He's always talking about being devoted to his 2D wives, but I guess she's the exception.
おかえりなさいませ、ジョンマン。こちらの席にどうぞ、ジョンニャ。
No matter how much I eat, I never seem to gain much weight. Sorry to disappoint. There might be something wrong with your internal organs. I recommend getting that looked at. Ferris did that.
そういえばマユリ、ちょうどここに入る直前に変な男に会ったんだ。ああ、階段の下からこの店をじっと見上げていた。ひょっとしたらこの店から出てきた客かとも思ったな。真っ黒な服にグラサンをかけた痛い感じのやつだ。
サングラスに黒い服。今日はそんなお客さん来てなかったかな。
Mayuri took some time to think before she answered.
明らかに何か違和感ありげな感じだったんだが。
メリスちゃん、何か心当たりあるかな？
Mayuri really seemed like she didn't know the guy, but Ferris had her brow furrowed in a look of seriousness.
メリスちゃん？
もしかして心当たりあるのか？
ひょっとしたら。ひょっとしたら
This was the soberest tone Mayuri and I had ever heard from Ferris, and we both bristled with anxiety.
その人は10年前に武者修行の旅に出ると言ったままいなくなったフェイリスのお兄ちゃんにゃ。フェイリスのお兄ちゃんは10年前ゲルマン流忍術をマスターすると言い残して家を飛び出していったんだにゃ。
German ninjutsu. What in the world?
それがまさかこの町に戻ってくるなんて。あ、もしかしてお兄ちゃんは今までもフェイリスのことを陰で見守ってくれていたんじゃ。そういえば毎月メイクインに送られてくる群青色のバラ、あれはそうにゃ、群青色のバラの人はお兄ちゃんだったんだにゃ。
マユリ毎月この店にはそんなものが送られてくるのかな。
マユシーは見たことないにゃ。
そうか。
This was a mistake. I went looking for an answer and wound up in a nest of lying vipers. But I guess this was to be expected.
大変にゃ。今すぐ追いかけなきゃ。ねえ京馬、その人はどこへ向かったにゃ。
Ferris looked nearly teary-eyed with desperation. I should have seen this coming.
ねえ京馬ってば、お願い教えて。
それはできないのだフェイリス。
どうしてにゃ。
それは奴との約束だからだ。
それじゃあまさか京馬が今までそのことを聞かせ黙っていたのかにゃ。ひどいにゃ。どうして今まで教えてくれなかったのにゃ。京馬のバカ。
すまないフェイリス。
マユシーは接客してくるですにゃ。
Ferris and I continued our meaningless conversation for another 10 minutes. Could you tell me what sorts of things Okabe-san likes? Did you accidentally send that to the wrong person? When we had finally finished, I placed an order. Nobody would enjoy a cafe where they had to wait 10 minutes before they placed an order. They would run the other way. However, I don't think that Ferris would put other customers through all this. And this place is pretty popular for this neighborhood. Especially on the weekend. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to find a seat today. But looking around, there are actually a few spots open. Well, I guess it's only natural since it is the middle of the afternoon. Regardless, such trivial things don't bother me.
お待たせいたしました。ホットコーヒーブラックですにゃん。
マユリよ。
She couldn't have brought me coffee at a better time.
何ですかね。
例のあれの話だ。だから例のガジェットを買ってくれるという人物の話だ。今日は来ていないのか。
ああ、そっか。その話か。今日はその人まだ来てないんや。
そうか。
I thought I might run into him by chance, but I guess it's not that easy. That was, in fact, the reason I came here today. But I'm afraid I'm skunked. So I asked her one more thing.
ところで最近は忙しいのか。
ここでのお仕事もあるし、それから学校の宿題もあるし、それからコミマ用のコスプレ衣装も作らなきゃいけないし、すっごく忙しいかも。
Comic Giga Market, a massive otaku event held twice a year at Tokyo Big Sight. Every Komima, thousands of artists gather to sell their creations, which range from erotic manga based on popular anime to original figures, music, and games. The next Komima will be held on August 15th. Komima is a big otaku event held every summer and winter. The next one starts on the 15th and will run for 3 days. Mayuri's hobby is making cosplay costumes, and it sounds like she's making a few this year. She's not making them for herself to wear, but for other people. But that's not what I wanted to hear.
俺が言っているのはお前ではなくフェイリスのことだ。
Ferris overheard Mayuri saying her name and came toward us.
にゃんにゃんにもしかしてフェイリスの話してるのかにゃ。
聞こえていたのか。
にゃふふ、それくらいフェイリスの能力ヒアリングインフェルノにかかれば簡単なことだにゃ。
As she laughed, the cat ears atop her head twitched. Can those cat ears really hear things?
それでフェイリスの何の話をしていたのかにゃ。ね、オカリンがフェリスちゃん疲れてるんじゃないかって。にゃにゃ。
I can't put my finger on why, but I felt like Ferris looked uncomfortable while we were talking earlier. And when she said she had something to do after our party the other day.
ねえ、ひょっとして今日はフェイリスのこと心配してくれてるのかにゃ。
心配だと。
Even if it were true, I couldn't admit it, because I am a mad scientist.
お前は何を言っているのだ。この法王院教魔が他人の心配だと笑わせる。俺はただお前が弱っているそこにつけ込んで恩を売ることで一生俺の手足として使うべく算段を立てていただけだ。
Betrayal after a brief moment of joy will make the sadness all the stronger. Go ahead and cry. Your tears have no effect on me.
もっと悲嘆にくれるがいい。なぜその悲しみという感情こそこの俺の血となり肉となり。
今日も優しいにゃ。
She suddenly took my right hand.
でも心配しなくても大丈夫にゃ。フェイリスはこの通りいつでも元気いっぱいなのにゃ。
お前は俺の話を聞いていなかったのか。
にゃにゃにゃにゃにゃ。
Ferris seemed unfazed and happily swung my arm. I'm perfectly healthy. The other customers are looking at me. I get the feeling that their desire to murder me is increasing by the second. This isn't good. I have to do something fast. In my panic, I turned to Mayuri and asked for help.
おいマユシ、お前からも何とか言ってやってくれ。
そっか、オカリンが本当は優しい人だってことフェリスちゃんが分かってくれてマユシーも嬉しいよ。じゃあマユシーも一緒にやるにゃ。分かったにゃ。
Mayuri grabbed my left hand and they both kept swinging their respective arm. I grew more and more uncomfortable under the other patrons' glaring eyes. I'm fine with being conspicuous, but I don't like being made conspicuous. I Stayed at the cafe in hopes of meeting our mystery customer, but he never appeared. By the time I left, the sun had set. I returned to the lab to find Kurisu asleep on the couch, but Daru was nowhere to be seen, which means the development room is finally at my disposal. Based on my previous experiences, the phone wave only works from noon to 6. I haven't figured out why we can only use it in that 6-hour window, but that's just how it is. I looked at the clock. It's about 20 minutes to 6. If I work fast, I could do an experiment. As I passed by the sleeping Kurisu, something nagged at me. It wasn't anything particularly out of the ordinary. In fact, it was something very ordinary. I'm talking about a mere pair of headphones. That's right, or at least that's what they seemed to be when Daru was wearing them yesterday. It's a dream recording device, baka. Clearly that's what she's working on, is a device that can capture dreams. They're sitting by Kurisu right now. Perhaps Daru simply left them there. But as far as I can remember, that's not where they were yesterday afternoon. Then did Kurisu borrow them from Daru? I didn't think people generally wanted to borrow other people's headphones, but maybe that's just me. Well, it depends on the type. Honestly, I don't mind borrowing the ones that go over your ears, but the ones that go inside your ears, absolutely don't borrow those. Those can be kind of gross because that's insertion. Don't borrow things that go in other people. That goes for dildos too. I mean, what? Even so, Kurisu's proximity to the headphones bothers me a little bit. She's been working on her new gadget for the past few days. Perhaps the headphones might be a part of it. At least I think they might be. And if that's the case, I made sure that nothing was coming out of the headphones, then put them in place on Kurisu's head. I thought for a moment that I had woken her as I did so, but she was simply muttering in her sleep. I breathed a sigh of relief, but stood still for a minute to confirm that she was asleep. Doesn't look like she's going to wake up. I was getting worried over nothing, meaning that I wasted my precious time when I needed it most. Damn you, assistant. She shouldn't have left something that seemed so important here in the first place. But just as I thought, I should get to my work.
てってれー、おかりんおかりん、聞いて聞いて、あのね、あ、
Mayuri excitedly burst into the lab, but at the sight of Kurisu asleep on the couch, she immediately quieted herself.
クリスちゃんお休み中？
気にするな。それよりどうしたのだ、マユリオ。お前今日はここに寄らず直接帰るのではなかったのか？
At least I thought I heard her say that as I left May Queen.
まさかさっき言ったことをもう忘れたというのではなかろうな。いかにおバカさんがキャラとして確立しているからといっていくらなんでもそれはひどすぎるだろう。
もうおかりんひどいよ。まゆしんはね、おバカさんじゃありません。
その喋り方がおバカさんだというのだ。
Though admittedly that ditziness is part of Mayuri's charm, so she doesn't need to change a thing. Not that I would ever tell her that.
それでおいおい、言ったそばからそれでは本当におバカさんだと思われるぞ。何か話があってきたんだろう。
ああ、そうだったよ。おかりん、もうちょっとメイクインにいればよかったのにね。
何？それはどういうことだ？
あのね、おかりんが帰った後すぐに店長さんが来たのです。
店長さんって？ それはまさかガジェットを買い取ってくれるという。
その店長さんのこと。
Damn it. How much worse could my timing be?
どうして俺に連絡してくれなかったのだ。
だってまだお仕事中だったし、それにすぐに帰っちゃったから。
Mayuri's face fell as if she wanted to apologize. I can't rebuke a face like that.
あ、でもね、昨日はまだどうするか考えてるみたいだったけどね、今日はちゃんと買い取ってくれるって言ってくれたんだよ。
何？本当か？
まとめて買い取ってくれるって。
But according to Mayuri, he wants them at lower prices than we've listed on our website. I would decline the offer, saying you must be kidding, don't look down on us, but that's not an option right now. A starving man can't be picky. It seems that the buyer is going to come get the gadgets as soon as he has the chance. As long as he refills our war chest, I have no problem with that.
喜べまゆりよ。今回のこと、我が未来ガジェット研究所の華々しい一歩となるに違いない。
オカリンってばそんなに大きな声出したら。
Just as Mayuri had prophesied, Kurisu began to stir.
あれ？岡部？
She slowly opened her eyes and looked at me with uncertainty. Then she smiled as if a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders.
よかった。急に消えちゃうからどこか行っちゃうのかと思った。
クリスティーナ？
心配させないでよね。
おい、お前は何を言っているんだ？
何って、そんなの決まって。
As she said this, she slowly started to look around. It was kind of interesting to see her eyes gradually gaining focus.
もしかして私、今何か変なこと言った？
言っていたぞ。
嘘？なんて？
俺が急にどこかへ行くとかなんとか。
Her face suddenly tensed with nervousness.
それだけ？他に何か言ってなかった？
Stream elements. Said.
はあ、そうだ
Stay
な。
moist, my friends, hydrate.
確かこんなことも言っていたぞ。
とてもじゃないけど、私は法王院京馬様の才能にはかないません。一生京馬様の助手として精進します
とな。
嘘をつくな、嘘を。そんなこと絶対に言っとらんわ。
嘘ではない。お前も知っているだろう。人間夢の中では普段無意識に考えていることが出てしまうという話を。つまりそれがお前の本当の気持ちなのだ、クリスティーナよ。
安心して、クリスちゃん。クリスちゃんはそんなこと一言も言ってなかったよ。
マユリ、なぜバラす？
おかりん、ダメだよ、嘘ついちゃ。やっぱり嘘か。
Curses. My strategy to fabricate a false memory and use it to manipulate her has failed.
それよりごめんね、クリスちゃん。うるさくしちゃったせいで怒っちゃったよね。ああ、マユリはいいの。
そうだぞ。何も謝ることはない、マユリよ。そもそもこんなところで無防備にうとうと寝るのが悪いのだ。
あんたね、私が一体何のためにここで寝てたと思ってんだ？
助手がラボのために尽力するのは当然のことだ。
だから助手じゃないって言っとろうが。
怒りっぽいやつだな。ちゃんとカルシウムは取っているのか？
誰のせいだと思っとるんだ。
She yelled at me. In addition to her calcium deficiency, she must have low blood pressure when she wakes up.
人が睡眠時間を
Then she stopped and moved her hand slowly to her head for confirmation.
どうしたのクリスちゃん。これなんで私の頭に。
そこに落ちていたからだ。
As I said this, she took hold of the headphones with trembling hands.
落ちてたってことは、まさかあんたが。
そうだが、
おま、なんてことしてくれてんだ。
なんてことって。だから俺はそのヘッドホンをつけただけだが。
ヘッドホン。
She stopped in place, looking
ク
perplexed.
リスちゃん。そうね、ヘッドホン。人が寝てる時に勝手にヘッドホンつけるなんて何考えてんのよ。
She's suddenly trying to play innocent. This could mean that my theory about those headphones was right on the money.
おい、クリスティーナよ。
何？
お前、何をごまかしている？
は？ごまかしてる？何のことかしら。
嘘をつけ。その態度、どう考えても何か隠している態度ではないか。
別に隠してなんてないわよ。
ならば、なぜさっきあんなに慌てていたのだ？
だから慌ててないって。
さてはお前、やはり新しいガジェットを。
ガジェット？
そうだ、新しいガジェットを。
それだ。ああ、いや、じゃなくて、そうなの。新しいガジェットが完成したの。
そうなのか？
ええ、そうよ。
What is this? Getting that information was almost too easy. After all the trouble she went to hide it, I was hoping for something more confidential.
すごいね、クリスちゃん。また新しいガジェット作ったんだね。まあ、そんなに大したものじゃないんだけどね。
Fine. As long as she's honest, I have no complaints about her behavior.
それで、新しいガジェットとはどんなものなのだ？
ちょっと待ってて。今持ってくから。
She stands up and heads towards the development room.
待て、クリスティーナよ。
何よ。
今持ってくると言ったな。ならば今持っているそれは何なのだ？
だからヘッドホンだって言っとろうが。
ガジェットではないのか？
ガジェットの12号機は全然別のものよ。ちょっと待ってろ。
It didn't seem like Kurisu was lying. The fact that she was holding something as she came out of the development room was proof enough of that. Then why was she acting so strangely? It's just confusing. Well, fine. I'll let it slide this time since she's completed a new gadget.
ほら、これがガジェット12号機。まだ手を加えなきゃいけない部分はあるけど、だいたいこんな感じね。これが
12号機。
Kurisu showed us a pair of ring-shaped objects, about 7 or 8 centimeters in diameter. They looked like the transformation bracelets kids wear when they're pretending to be their favorite TV heroes.
ねえ、クリスちゃん。これがダーリンのバカなの？
なんだその、ダーリンのバカとかいう妙な名前は。
だってね、みんなでどうするって言って決めたんだよ。オカリンだってそれでいいって言ってたので。
そうなのか？
I looked over at Kurisu, who silently nodded.
マユキンね、ラブラブブレスレットちゃんズがいいって言ったんだけどね。ダル君はダーリンのバカがいいって言ったの。ちなみ 愛情測定器。そう、その愛情なんとかでオカリンの
エターナルエンゲージといったところか。
何？岡部、あんたひょっとして覚えてるの？
いや、俺ならそう名付けるだろうなと思っただけだ。
過去が変わっても12秒は変わらず。
I will say that the hearing the suggested names alone has given me some understanding of the function of Future Gadget 12. I assume that when two people put on their respective bracelets, this measures their affection for each other. When I asked Kurisu and Mayuri for confirmation, they said my guess was close.
要するにここについているセンサーで体温、血圧、脈拍、発汗状態などを逐一調べて心理的な変化をモニターしてるの。それでもし片方が変な気を起こすと浮気してるって見なして電流が流れるんだよね。
なるほどな。それでダリのバカなのか。誰がつけそうな名前だ。
To make for a single set, this future gadget monitors the physical conditions of its two wearers. This includes but is not limited to blood pressure, pulse, and even sweat. If the device determines that one of them wants to cheat on the other, it sends an electrical shock to the users. The idea for the device came from Ferris, with Kurisu completing it. Its name is a homage to a famous line used by the heroine in a certain popular 80s rom-com manga.
要するに嘘発見器みたいなものだな。
まあ、フェイリスさんの案だとそれだけだったんだけど、ちょっと改良させてもらったわ。
She said this while putting one of the bands on her wrist, as if to check the size.
改良？どうしてだ？
だってそれだと単に浮気調査みたいな感じで夢がないじゃない。
夢だと？またそんな愚かなことを言っているのかお前は。
誰が愚かだ、誰が。
愚かが嫌なら頭の中がスイーツというしかないな。
あんた本当にいちいちムカつくわね。まあまあクリスチャン、オカリンはそれだけクリスチャンのことを気に入ってるってことだよ。え？なっ！ちっちゃな男の子がついつい好きな子をいじめちゃう、そんな感じなんだとマヤシーは思います。
何わけのわからんことを言うんだマユリン。俺はそんな思春期のガキみたいなことはしない。お前も何を赤くなっている。
なってないわよ。
This is all because Mayuri had to say something weird all of a sudden. I need to change the subject. Fast.
ねえ、これは一体どうやって使うのだ。
ああ、それは簡単。単に腕にはめてスイッチを入れるだけ。
腕にはめて。
I put on the wristband on my right wrist. That's where I usually wear things like this. Though typically I use them to seal the power of my right arm, which is wont to go awry.
ああ、言っとくけどスイッチは押すなよ。絶対に押すな。絶対だからな。
Kurisu looked desperate, so the contrarian in me was tempted to turn the device on just to see what would happen, but I resisted.
しかし何もそこまで必死にならなくてもいいだろう。どうせ実験もしなければならないのではないのか。
それはそうなんだけど、その前にちょっと問題があって。
問題？なんだそれは。
とにかく外してから話しましょう。つけたままじゃ落ち着かない。
わかった。
I could tell that Kurisu wasn't messing around, so I made to remove the band from my right wrist.
ドゥ
The door burst open and Daru rushed into the lab. Surprised by the sudden sound, Kurisu jumped in alarm. And then I could have sworn I heard a strange electronic sound.
ダルくんだ。トゥットゥルー。どうしたのそんなに慌てて。
いやー、今からニヤ生でブラチューの特番があるのをすっかり忘れてて慌てて帰ってきたんだお。
A popular TV anime based on a manga. 26 episodes were broadcast last year. The main heroine, Seira or Gel, is especially popular among anime otaku. Multiple figures of her have been released. Nico Nia Video, one of the biggest video streaming sites on the net. Nia Live, a video streaming service provided by Nico Nia Video.
ああ、そういえばそうだったね。マユシーも忘れてたよ。
普段は余計な運動をしたがらんくせに、こういう時は走って帰ってくるのだから現金なものだな。
僕だってやるときはやる男なんだお。キリ。
すごいね。
言っておくが、誰も褒めてなどいないぞ。
と、こんな話してる場合じゃねえよ。なあ、マキセシちょっとの間パソコン使っても大丈夫っしょ？マキセシ？
The confusion in Daru's voice continued to
なあ
rise.
なあオカリン、なんかさっきからマキセシがものすごい表情でプルプル震えてるような気がするんだけど、気のせい？
It wasn't just Daru. When I looked at Kurisu, she was looking at her feet and trembling. I couldn't see her facial expression, but she was definitely acting weird.
クリスちゃんどうかしたの？調子でもいい？
どうした調子よ。何か悪いものでも食べたのか？
あんたはなんてことをしてくれたんだ、このバカ。
The rage in Kurisu's voice put me instinctively on the defensive, but something was different this time. She wasn't talking to me.
あんた自分が何をしたか分かってんのか？
僕？
For some reason, it seemed like Daru was in her sights, and Daru looks just as confused as I am about that.
そうよ、橋田。あんたに言ってるの。
僕マキセシに何かした？
大方、気づかれないようにこっそり髪の毛の匂いでもクンカクンカしていたのだろう。
Sniff sniff. Onomatopoeia, used to describe the act of smelling something, often used in manga and on the internet. A favorite phrase of perverted gentlemen. Its origins are unclear, but its use has been seen as far back as a popular comic during the early 1980s.
あるねえよ。つうか、やるとしたら気づかれなくやるっつうの。
ダルくん。やかましいわ。誰もそんな変態じみたことは言っとらん。
Then what could it be?
橋田、あんたさっきいきなり大きな音立てて入ってきたでしょうが。
ああ、そのこと。まあ確かに慌ててたからちょっと騒がしかったかもだけど、驚かせたなら。
だからさ、せんじゃ済まないのよ。
そう、目くじらを立てるな、クリスティーナ。謝ってるんだから許してやったらどうだ？
岡部、言っとくけど、あんたもそんな悠長にしてる場合じゃないんだから。
何？それはどういうことだ？
The anger on her face gave way to serious concern, and she said a single word.
スイッチ。
スイッチ？
だから橋田に驚かされたせいで
12号機のスイッチを押しちゃったのよ。
な
If we were in a manga, this is where the giant wham would appear on the background. But now that she mentions it, the band on my wrist fits a little better than when I first put it on. But
そうか。
12号機ってもしかしてダーリンのバカが完成したん？
ちょっと何よその反応。
いやだってなあ。
もしかしてその腕にはめてるのがそうなん？
to be honest, none of us really got what Kurisu was so worked up about.
スイッチを押したってことは12号機が稼働したってことだぞ。
そんなことは分かっている。しかし問題があるならもう一度スイッチを切ればいいだけではないか。
I reached the bracelet on my right wrist and looked for the switch to turn it off. But
どうなってるのだこれは。
あかり、どうしたの？
スイッチらしきものを押したが何の反応もない。
え？
I press it again. Still nothing. Kurisu looked at us with eyes as cold as ice and spoke with a voice even colder.
無駄よ。
無駄？無駄とはどういうことだ？
このガジェットのスイッチ、オンはあってもオフはないの。
It took a while for me to understand what she was saying. It can turn on, it can't turn off, but that would mean
もしかしてスイッチ入れたら切れないってことですか？わかりません。
もしかしなくてもそういうこと。
なるほどな。
なるほどなって。あんた相変わらず悠長だな。
別に慌てなくともいいだろう。スイッチが切れないなら外してしまえばいいじゃない。
I tried to slip number 12 off my wrist, but the fit was snug and it didn't want to come off so easily.
人の手によって作られた道具のくせに生意気な。
I tried again, this time with both of my hands, until electricity shot through my right arm.
なんだ今のは。
無理に外そうとすると電流が流れる仕掛けになってるのよ。
なぜそれをもっと早く言わん。
身をもって分かった方がいいと思って。
Oh, now she looks calm. This accursed woman will never be cute. Well, whether she's cute or not doesn't matter right now.
とにかくひとまずこいつを外そう。鍵を出せ。
ないわよ。
何？今何と言った？
鍵なんてないって言ったんだ。
There's no key.
冗談も休み休み言え。ならばこいつをどうやって外すのだ。
だからさっきから困ってんだろうが。私だって冗談で済むならあんな風に怒ったりせんわ。
What she says makes sense.
おい女子よ、なぜこんなものを作ったのだ。
作れと言ったのはあんただろうが。
俺は知らん。
それはあんたが D メールを送ったからで、私たちの中では間違いなくあんたが言ったことになってるんだ。
Excuses, excuses. We're starting to get mad at each other.
そんなこと俺の知ったことではない。とにかくすぐにこいつを外せ。
できるならすぐにやってるっつうの。
大体緊急事態への対策を行って何が科学者だ。
うっさいわね。最初から未完成だと言っただろうが。あんたこそ記憶力ないんじゃないの？なんだ？
We're staring at each other so intensely that our foreheads nearly touched. Sparks seemed liable to fly at any moment. However, Sparks didn't fly, but the electric current flowed continuously.
右腕俺の右腕がオカリンオカリン、こんな時に中二病発病させてる場合じゃねえっす。バカ者、これは違う、本当に痛い痛い痛い痛い痛い痛い痛い痛い。
岡部右手を。
何？
いいから手を出せ。
I give her my right hand as the electricity surges through me. She then took my right hand in her left.
何を？
いいから。
Our hands were as one, her left hand over my right. And the current flowing through my arm ceased.
止まった？これはどうなっているのだ？
さっき言ったでしょ、改良したって。浮気だけじゃなくて喧嘩したり怒ったりすることで二人の感情が高ぶると電流が流れるの。
Apparently, Kurisu's adjustments also involved getting rid of a removal mechanism. She wanted to make it a device that could help a couple make up, instead of simply punishing the cheater. Truly an idea befitting a modern woman.
やっぱりお前のせいではないか。これだから彼氏いない歴イコール年齢の恋に恋して恋しちゃうメリケン処女は。
うるさいわこの DT。
なんだと？
何を？
二人ともやめた方がいいよ。じゃないとまたピリピリってなっちゃうよ。
We were close to getting in an argument again, but Mayuri stopped us. Right, now's not the time to quarrel. We have to figure out how to get out of the situation. And in that regard, at least, Kurisu seems to agree with me. Then, Daru slowly raised his hand.
あのさ、二人とも。
どうしたダル？
もしかして何か明暗でもある？
He really is my right arm. He's already come up with a brilliant idea.
とりあえずニヤ生見てきてもいいっすか？
ダメに決まっとろうが！
Another electric shock.
つまり二人の気持ちが通じ合えば腕輪は外れるってことでいいんだよね。
そういうことになるわね。
She then proceeded to explain the functions of Darling You Idiot. They are as follows. The monitoring of blood temperature, body temperature, blood pressure, pulse, and perspiration. Should they indicate one user is unfaithful to the other, the device will administer a minor but painful electric shock. Should a user try to remove it by force, the device will administer an electric shock. Should the user get emotional due to an argument or the like, the device will administer an electric shock. Should the users move more than 1 meter away from each other, the device will administer an electric shock. Should the users hold hands, the shocks will cease. And the device will come off once it judges that its users' feelings are intertwined. That's the end. This means that the bracelets monitor and analyze the emotions of their wearers based on physical indicators, but there's no practical data proving their accuracy. And while we could just wait for the battery to die, this gadget both uses a primary cell and a solar photocell, so it would last at least a week. Photocell, a battery that converts solar energy into electricity, also known as a solar battery. Primary cell, a battery designed to be used once and then immediately discarded, cannot be recharged. Meaning that our only options for removing these are to shock ourselves silly or for Kurisu and I to get in sync. Mayuri laughs that off as if it's an easy task, but Kurisu and I know just how difficult that's going to be.
それにしても、さっきから二人とも手をつないだままとか、リア充爆発しろ!
Ryaju, people who find happiness and fulfillment in the real world. Normies. Markers of normalcy include having a girlfriend, boyfriend, participating in club and or school activities, going to parties regularly, vacationing overseas, and displaying a lack of interest in 2D anime entertainment.
好きでやってるんじゃない。
それはこっちのセリフだ。
And just like that, we're in another argument. So if we don't hold hands, we're liable to be completely fried.
でもよかったんじゃね？
それはどういう意味だ。
だってさ、新しいガジェットってことはどうせ実験と検証が必要だったってことっしょ？
ああ、言われてみればそうかも。
Mayuri agreed with Daru.
それにね、ダーリンのおバカちゃんを使うことで、オカリンとクリスちゃんが今よりも仲良くなるならいいことかなってマユシーは思うのです。
A terrible opinion from an uninvolved party. There's no way I'll be able to put up with this girl and her hair-trigger temper for an entire week. I really need to start thinking about how to get out of this situation.
そもそもあんたがこんなもの作れって言わなければ。
お前が処女特有の乙女回路的思考を持ち込んだのが悪いんだろうが。
As soon as one of us opens our mouths, this happens. This isn't going to lead to a productive discussion. Fortunately, it seems that Kurisu came to the same conclusion.
やめやめ。とにかくこれからどうすればいいかを考えましょう。タラレバの話をしたところでどうしようも。
It's no use thinking in hypotheticals, unless you're us. I can't believe it. How could I have forgotten something so important? I was checking the clock before she had finished her sentence. It was past 6, but maybe it's not too late.
なになに、二人ともどうしちゃったの？
D メールだ。
電話レンジちゃん？
ああ、そっか。D メールでなかったことにすれば OK ってことか。
そういうことだ。
I dragged Kurisu into the development room as fast as I could. In a flash, we had set up the phone wave. My previous experiments have shown that we can use the phone wave from noon to 6. But those time constraints are just approximations, not concrete restrictions. On certain occasions, I have even been able to use it after 6. That said, we do not yet know what causes this variance. Regardless, if the timing doesn't line up today, we'll be forced to stay like this until at least tomorrow afternoon.
準備できた。
Everything is set up. We just have to send the email. I took out my phone to write a message and stopped as if I was struck by something.
何やってるの岡部、早くしないと。
一体いつにどういう内容のメールを送ればいいのだ。
それは。
We can send up to 3 emails of 6 full-width Japanese characters or 12 one-byte English characters each. With proper timing and concise writing, we can deliver a message within the character limit. I have to be careful. I told myself just as much the other day.
他に新作ガジェットの開発を中止させるべきじゃない。
そう。
Like she said, we won't end up in this situation if we put the kibosh on its development. The message will read, "Stop new gadget development at once." That should be enough. If we don't try to make that new gadget, then we can change the situation. We can keep Darling the Idiot from ever existing, but it'll probably wipe numbers 9 through 11 from existence too. but I'll come up with some way to fund our lab. There's nothing to worry about. The email is written. All that's left is a tap of my thumb. Kurisu urges me on. With that, I press the button.
岡部どうしたの？
考えてみれば新作ガジェットの開発自体を中止する必要はないのではないか？
まあ確かに言われてみれば。
We put so much time and effort into making new gadgets that throwing them away feels like a waste. And if we erase them all, there's a chance that we won't be able to escape bankruptcy.
でもじゃあどうするの？
要は12号機さえなんとかなればいいのだろう。ならば12号機の制作を中止にすればいいのだ。
If we put a stop to that alone, we could keep the other gadgets, which would still let us make money. We just have to change the wording from new gadget to number 12.
じゃあそれでいいから早く送りましょう。
I readied my phone and adjusted the message. Stop number 12 development at once. That should be the end of number 12. We can finally free ourselves from this hell. Number 12 will be wiped from existence before its development can even begin. Kurisu will never come up with her sickly sweet idea or her odd adjustments. Everything should be squared away. All I have to do is press the button. And all our problems will be
どう
solved.
した岡部？
いや、なんでも。
That's right, there's nothing to be worried about. Number 12 will never be created, and we won't have any problems.
ちょっと岡部何してる？
いや、考えてみれば12号機も悪くないような気がしてな。
In fact, with a few improvements, I kind of think that number 12 could become a decent gadget. It might even be a big hit. I can't let that chance slip through my fingers.
やはりここは12号機をはめないように言うだけでいいのではないか？
わかった、もうそれでいい。何でもいいから早くしろ、時間がない。
あ、そうだな。
With Kurisu's support, I changed the message yet again. Do not wear number 12 for any reason. That'll do. Alright, now I have to send the message. This way we don't have to stop gadget development. And number 12 will exist. We'll just have Kurisu make the improvements and get rid of these bizarre functions. Make it more accessible, simpler. Then it'll be a fine product, and in the end everything will work out perfectly. But is there any other way? Is this truly the best choice? Shouldn't we think it over once more, carefully? There have to be alternatives. I had been punched in the back.
いきなり何をする？
あんたがさっきからうだうだやってるからだ。これ以上何を悩む必要があるっていうの？
悩んでいるのではない。俺は安易な選択を避けるために冷静かつ慎重な判断を下そうとしているだけだ。
オタクはいいから早くしろ。じゃないとこのまま一晩明かすことになっちゃうだろうが。
分かっている。せかすんじゃない。
もうイライラする。
Kurisu reached out and tried to grab my phone.
何をするのだ。
あんたがグズグズしてるから私が代わりに打ってあげようってのよ。
何。
そうといえば勝手に D メールの実験をやったのが悪いのよ。だから勝手に実験自体をしないようメールしてあげる。
待って、何もそんな根本的なところまで戻る必要はなかろう。
うっさい。そもそもの原因はそこなんでしょ。だったらそれが一番いい方法でしょうが。
しかしだな。
いいから送れ。
She almost grabbed my phone again, so I promised to change the message in accordance with her request. Reconsider D-mail experiment. This time for sure I'm going to press the button. We don't have time to be indecisive. All I have to do is press the button. Then my email experiment never will have happened. We're returning to our original world line. There's nothing to be indecisive about.
分かっている。
This time I'll send it.
やっぱり貸せ。私が送る。
Kurisu tries to grab my phone again.
心配するな、今送る。
We're out of time. I finally press the button, and then the world around me blurred and distorted. My reading Steiner activates. The world line shifts. Or not. This means that we were probably too late. Kurisu and I looked down at our wrists in unison. We blinked several times to make sure, but no matter how many times we blink, number 12 remains affixed to our wrists. I checked the clock. 6:15. While our time constraints were vague and mercurial, I suppose late is late.
ちょっと貸せ。
An enraged Kurisu snatched my phone away. She types a message, sends it. Nothing happens. She types another, sends it. Still nothing happens. She looked almost pathetic trying to send a email over and over again. It was too tragic a sight to keep watching, so I put my hand on her shoulder.
もうよせ。諦めろ。お前の気持ちはわかるが、これ以上やっても無駄だ。
She turned and looked me straight in the eyes. Her face was contorted by sadness as she snarled out.
己のせいだろうが。
Her voice was fraught with tears.
何がこれ以上やっても無駄だよ。かっこつけちゃってアホか。そもそもあんたがさっさとメール送らないからこんなことになったんだろうが。
待て、落ち着け。
これが落ち着いてなんていられるか。どうするつもりだこれ。
だから落ち着けと言ってるんだ。さもないと。あっ。
An electric shock ran through the both of us.
見ろ。だから言わんこっちゃない。
そっか。つい興奮してこうなるのを忘れてた。
自分で作っておいて忘れるとはとんだ鳥頭だな。
何を。
待て、だから怒るなと言っているんだ。
あんたに諭されるとは。
I almost delivered a snarky rejoinder, but I knew it would result in another shock. I swallowed my words and left the development room with the equally defeated Kurisu. A poor pitiful grief.
ねえねえ、どうだった？うまくいった？
We return to the main room to Mayuri's Inquisition.
まゆし、ほら、ああやって2人の手首に12号機がはまってるってことはダメだってことだったんだお。
ああ、そっか。遅かったんだね。残念。
As if I needed more proof of the D-mail's failure, Dalu and Mayuri's awareness of the situation made it abundantly clear, though I hardly cared at this point. I was focused on finding another solution. I recalled number 12's basic functions. The monitoring of body temperature, blood pressure, pulse, and perspiration. Should they indicate one user is unfaithful to the other, the device will administer a minor but painful electric shock. Should a user try to remove it by force, the device will administer an electric shock. Should the user get emotional due to an argument or the like, the device will administer an electric shock.
Dona for the last hour pleading face.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Can we even set the category to that? I mean, I guess we can't even set the category to Dona, bruh. You're trying to get me banned for porno over here. Yeah, I can't even set the category as that. I would have to set it as demo or something.
Said, people have streamed it before, but it doesn't have a category.
So would you want me to continue on the storyline I'm on, or would you want me to start a new one just to show how I've been doing things or something? I guess the main thing would be as long as we didn't show the eroge content, right? I mean, I would have to play again in a certain respect, but...
Said, I just want to see your fight with the woman.
You know what? Fucking YOLO. We just have to make sure to check that once thingy, right? You did actually redeem the for one more hour thing, and you are literally the first person to ever redeem it, so you know what? YOLO.
Chromager. Said, W.